Hey guys, how's everybody doing today? Adventure Erin is cueing us in with the quote, "I'm not planning on going live tomorrow," from Kat, right before finding a brief that she wants to read on live. So this brief was actually something that It's Trinton sent over. He said that he might have to be replay crew for this one, so if you guys want to show Trinton some love in the chat, I'll pull them up on the screen. But we're going to be looking at today, right on the heels of seeing Killer Mike, Young Thug, T.I., Fat Joe, and a whole slew of academics file an amici brief about the use of lyrics to push for capital punishment during the sentencing phase of a trial. Now we have another interesting amici brief. The two friends of the court are friends themselves, Penn and Teller. So if you guys don't know who Penn and Teller are, they're a duo that's known for stage performance, hypnosis. And I'm assuming what we're going to get is a bunch of, hey, hypnosis is cool, but maybe we shouldn't be using it as forensic science. Maybe we shouldn't be using it for criminal investigations and prosecutions. So I think this is going to be an awesome one to read, and I'm super appreciative of It's Trinton for sending this way. So we're going to do that. Factual Lie is joining us as well. Good to see you. And again, tomorrow's going to be Grandma Ninja's birthday. So if we see her pop in the chat, we got to wish her a happy birthday as well. And without further ado, you guys, I believe this was filed on the 12th. I swear there was a date on this. Oh, it's in the URL. It says 2026-03-12. So this was filed on the 12th. We've got Charles Don Flores, the petitioner. So this is the defendant. This is who was convicted. Versus the state of Texas. Another Texas case. Going up to SCOTUS. And again, this is a petition. This is currently on petition for writ of certiorari. So Flores is asking SCOTUS to hear his case, hear his issue. And Penn and Teller are asking to be heard as friends of the court in support of Don Flores. So here we go. They're going to basically argue that rather than accessing reliable memories, investigative, in quotes, hypnosis employs the same techniques magicians use to manipulate audience perception. We're going to also hear that Charles Don Flores should have had an opportunity to meaningfully challenge the junk science investigative hypnosis used in his prosecution. So let's get into it. I saw YouTube blink in the sources. All right, so why are these two friends interested? Amici Penn, Jillette, and Teller performed together as the legendary duo Penn and Teller. For more than 50 years, they've created a genre-breaking blend of magic, comedy, and social commentary. Their work has garnered an Emmy, a Writers Guild Award, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, oh that's cool, Obie and Lucille Lortel Awards for stage work in New York, and nominations for Critics' Choice, British Academy of Film and Television Series, and Olivier Awards. Twice named Magicians of the Year. Is there a separate category if it's a singular versus a duo? Are there two categories here? Because this says, quote, Magicians of the Year. By the Academy of Magical Arts, the equivalent of winning an Oscar in magic. They received the Academy's highest honor, the Master's Fellowship, in 2024. Their current hit television series, Penn and Teller Fool Us, has been renewed for a 12th season by the CW network. In it, magicians get a chance to perform in Penn and Teller's record-breaking Las Vegas residency if the duo cannot figure out how a trick is done. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know about this show, but that's a really cool concept. So, yeah, we get some love here. I'm seeing the It's Trinton love in the chat. There we go. We've got, did Penn and Teller write their brief with invisible ink? Happy Saturday to you, Jillian. Good to see everybody. Let's see. Factual Lie says I can't be hypnotized. I've never been on the receiving end to see, but my freshman year of college, like one of the back to school events, like the first week, which was like my first week with college going, right, as a freshman, the like cohort that was put together for us to get to know our little friendship group that was put together for new students. One of the guys in it was chosen to go on stage for a college hypnotist show. And you'd see the hypnotist like waving people off the stage when he felt that the people weren't actually being hypnotized. And so those that remained, including this one guy that was part of the group, by the end of it, they had him putting like sliced white bread down his pants and hopping around the stage like a rabbit. And I'm like, okay, I think this is legit because I don't really think this person's just going along with it for the kicks and giggles. But maybe. So, very cool stuff. Very fun, entertaining stuff. Penn and Teller's interest in figuring out how a seemingly logic-defying act is done extends beyond magic. As master manipulators of perception... Yeah, I love this. Do you know why I love this? This is just their interest and why their background a little bit, establishing why they might be interested in an issue in this case. But they're saying the work we do, they're very, very subtly yet loudly saying, the work we do, we're essentially master manipulators. And the work we do is hypnosis. So I think that's very, very slick. As master manipulators of perception who deploy deceptive techniques to entertain audiences. This is great. Penn and Teller are ardent skeptics offstage. They received 13 Emmy nominations for their provocative investigative Showtime series, Penn and Teller BS, which ran for 8 seasons and targeted a wide range of fraudulent theories and practices, including exploitative uses of hypnosis. In particular, the hypnosis episode exposed the lack of any logical or scientific grounding for claims that hypnosis is a tool for traveling back in time to extract picture-perfect memories. And they're citing back to the Penn and Teller bullshit show all the way back in 2004. Jinkies. They're going to call this the hypnosis episode. They say the hypnosis episode, along with all 8 seasons of the series, now streams on Paramount Plus. Love it. Love it. I know it's an advertisement, but I'm genuinely curious and would want to know where I could go watch this. And is also available through on-demand platforms. So maybe got to check that one out. Penn and Teller are not the first magician skeptics to use their skills as manipulators of perception. They keep hammering this down. Yeah. Were they once prosecutors? Is this how they got into this? Oh, man. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, they're not the first skeptics to use their skills as manipulators of perception to expose offstage practices that defy logic and reason. To the contrary, they come from a long tradition of magicians who feel duty-bound to debunk perception-altering techniques used to achieve harmful ends, such as preying on the vulnerable for profit or promoting dangerous junk science like the, quote, investigative hypnosis at issue in Charles Don Flores' case. Over the centuries, many magicians have been interested in science and rationality and have felt a need to crusade for the truth. They're citing to Penn and Teller class guide, Penn and Teller Teach the Art of Magic. There's a footnote there that says this is an instructional course available through Masterclass Online, a subscription-based learning platform. Oh my gosh. How much does this cost? Why are all of these links 404s every time we look at one of these briefs? Oh, maybe because there's supposed to be a dash in the URL and they're missing one. Let's see if this fixes it. Aha! They were missing a hyphen in the URL between the word and Teller. Starting at $10 a month? How much is this? Oh, there's a whole survey you gotta do to opt in. They're gonna capture my email. We're gonna do this another time. They're doing like a 10-step intake process just to capture a lead. So as Harry Houdini put it, it takes a flim-flammer to catch a flim-flammer. I hope later they qualify somebody in this case as being a flim-flammer. Brian Greene for Harry Houdini. Seances and spiritualism were just an illusion. From Smithsonian Magazine, October 28th, 2021. Oh, and let me just drop a link to this brief, because there might be a lot of URLs you guys want to click in this. I'll add it to the description real quick. Full brief. So yeah, if you guys want to go click any of the links in this and explore, that's now in the description as well. So Houdini's work as a mystifier of mystifiers enabled him to examine logic-defying phenomena from a different angle than the ordinary layman or even the expert investigator. That's from Daniel Loxton. Why is there a skeptical movement? Let's see. They also quote Harry Houdini, A Magician Among the Spirits, which discusses Houdini's efforts to expose psychics preying on grieving relatives of soldiers killed during World War I. Penn and Teller similarly aimed to use their skill set to offer this court a different angle on the dangers of investigative hypnosis, especially when used by law enforcement as a purported witness memory retrieval tool. What if one of the justices is like, "Can you try it on me?" We just do a whole demonstrative. Penn and Teller's philosophical approach to both magic and skepticism draws heavily from the work of magician and truth crusader James Randi. Randi combined knowledge of science with his skills as a world-class conjurer to expose fantastical claims, especially as paranormal activity fads took hold in the 1980s. And this is, we got more flim-flam. Kendrick Frazier, forward to James Randi's flim-flam. For Randi, logic was the key both to performing magic and to pursuing offstage truth. All my efforts as a professional magician are based on the assumption that my audience thinks logically and can therefore be fooled by me if I work on that assumption. Randi believed it would be a major failure of integrity not to use his specific and specialized insight into human behavior as a magician to prevent the public from being fooled offstage by those promoting pseudoscience. Like Randi, Penn and Teller's brand of magic taps into and manipulates audience members' logical thinking, playing with perceptions, as in quotes, and getting audience members to question what they accept as truth. Let's see. That's from Lesson 4 from the Masterclass. Penn and Teller do not perform mere illusions that may be stunning, but offer only a mirror and light-dependent visual effect. Instead, even their simplest tricks involve intellectual engagement by the audience and include references to physics, political theory, and epistemology. The audience appreciates, quote, being deceived, but is also questioning, examining, and resisting all the while. Teller even co-authored a peer-reviewed scientific paper, examining the relationship between magic techniques and cognitive behavior, including memory formation. This sounds cool. So this is a bunch of authors here. We have Stephen Macknick, the Mac King, James Randi, Apollo Robbins. We have Teller, we have John Thompson, and Susanna Martinez-Kond. So, attention and awareness in stage magic, turning tricks into research. This was published in Nature. Nature Reviews Neuroscience. Let's see, I hope that one actually loads. What a cool thing to have a peer-reviewed scientific paper on. All right, yeah, so it'd have to be the type of thing where you'd have to write to the author, unfortunately. But very, very cool that there's science examining this. And scientists have used Penn and Teller's tricks to study the effects of sleight of hand on perceptual accuracy. Perceptual elements in Penn and Teller's cups and balls magic trick. Cool. Oh god, this is so cool. So I have stuff I have to do later, but I'm scared I'm just gonna come back to this and be like, let's watch all this stuff. As Teller sees it, neuroscientists are novices at deception, whereas magicians have done controlled testing in human perception for thousands of years. For Penn and Teller, their job as magicians, who manipulate perception, comes with ethical responsibilities both on stage and off. They call themselves honest liars because they do not want anyone to leave the theater after the show having acquired a belief that Penn and Teller do not believe is true. Let's see. In fact, they hope the audience members confer with each other after the show and try to figure out how Penn and Teller got them to see something they know was actually not true. Penn and Teller acknowledge that a practitioner of magic is someone who experiments with what the truth is, but they believe that if you do it right, you can be known as someone more concerned with truth and honesty. Can you imagine if Penn and Teller become expert witnesses? And they testify at trial about perceptions? Can you imagine watching a trial and you hear they call their next witness and it's Penn? Oh man. Hey, it's Trinton, the goat of the stream. We thank you very much. Very, very cool, to find stuff like this. Sometimes we just read, stuff that's interesting in a kind of boring or flat or not unusual way. But this is interesting, an interesting legal issue that's also really freaking cool. So we've got Penn and Teller acknowledge that a practitioner of magic is someone who experiments with what the truth is, but they believe if you do it right, you can be known as someone more concerned with truth and honesty. For them, onstage magic playfully asks the question, how do we know what is true? In a magic show, you can answer that question wrong at every turn and there will be no harm done. But off stage, there is no delight of being deceived, and serious harm can occur. Like Houdini and James Randi before them, Penn and Teller believe it would be a failure of integrity not to speak up and use their skills as manipulators of perception to expose flim-flam when they see it. And they see it in the case of petitioner Charles Don Flores, in which law enforcement conducted an investigative hypnosis session that was junk science of the worst sort. So all of that, I love this writing. I know there's like a lot of citations in it that kind of break it up, and there's value to those citations. But really, they're like, here's all this fantasy entertainment that we do as master manipulators, and we're going to talk to you about this master manipulator in the Flores case. So, summary of argument here. Penn and Teller manipulate audience perception to pull off tricks that both entertain and boggle the mind. They rely on the audience's intellectual engagement to make that happen, employing techniques that draw on cognitive science and insights into human behavior to get audiences to suspend disbelief and see tricks as truth when Penn and Teller perform. As honest liars on stage, Penn and Teller view deception very differently when practiced off stage, especially when used to exploit the vulnerable or perpetrate injustices. Use of investigative hypnosis as a purported memory retrieval tool is precisely the type of deceptive practice that Penn and Teller feel duty-bound to expose. They submit this brief to explain how many of the cognitive manipulations they use to trick audiences' perceptions of truth are on full display in the investigative hypnosis session that a parole officer conducted at a police station. Parole officer just reconfiguring the gap-laden memory of the prosecution's key witness in Mr. Flores' case. Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, so here we go. Buckle up. The argument. Section 1. Rather than accessing reliable memories, investigative, quotes, hypnosis employs the same technique magicians use to manipulate audience perception. Penn and Teller's tricks rely on knowing how memory works. And contrary to what an officer hypnotist told the prosecution's key witness in Mr. Flores' case, it does not work like a video recorder. I'm thinking of Nathan Wade and everything. He says he has everything in his head. And you just got to get a parole officer hypnotist to come and get it out when you don't recall. That's just how it works. It's fine. It's great. It's effective. It's perfect. It couldn't be any easier. It's so simple. The brain just can't go back and try again. Suggesting otherwise is not only bunk, but dangerous. They just flat out in a legal filing called something bunk. The myth that memory is a video recording playing in a private theater in your brain is one of the biggest lies about hypnosis. Here they cite Daniel Schachter and Elizabeth Loftus from Memory and Law, What Can Cognitive Neuroscience Contribute? This is published in Nature Neuroscience in 2013. And here in parentheses, memory is not at all like a video recording that a witness need only replay to remember what happened. And reliance on that falsehood can inflict serious harm, particularly when hypnosis is presented as a memory recovery tool or an investigative technique for law enforcement, as it was to key witness Mrs. Barganier in Mr. Flores' case. So Mrs. Barganier is who gets hypnotized. Let's see. And they're pointing to Stephen J. Lynn's Creating the Stuff of Experience, Spontaneous Thoughts, Memory, and Hypnosis in Clinical and Forensic Contexts, which was then featured in Creativity and the Wandering Mind, Spontaneous and Controlled Cognition. So, quote, if participants believe that hypnosis provides the key to open the lock of the storage vault of memories, then it is understandable that they would not only be highly motivated to recall information under those circumstances, but also mistakenly conclude that hypnotically elicited false memories were accurate. Yeah, Max says you get the result you want. There you go, it's working as it should. Yeah, Trinton also here recommending, if you've never seen it, Houdini did a lot of psychic debunking at its peak in the US and caught a lot of scammers. Love it. Love it. I'm seeing a mention here. What is this, Mind Freak? Chris Angel? I think I was like Mind Freak. It seems like so long ago, but it also seems like right there. Moses says maybe Tyrone Blackburn should cite this brief next time he sits for a deposition. Just video recall. Video recall. Remind me of my procedure. We might talk a little bit about that on another stream, maybe tomorrow. Despite the fact that Mrs. Barganier described the passenger in the car she saw at the scene of the crime as a white man with long hair. Oh no. She was fed repeated suggestions by law enforcement that the passenger had neatly trimmed or short-shaved hair. She was told by the officer hypnotist that she would remember more after the hypnosis session. This is worse than a bad photo lineup. Oh. And months later, after photos of Mr. Flores appeared in the press and she saw him seated at the defense table at trial, suddenly she identified him as the passenger. It is of little surprise that she was confident in her in-court identification when she saw this now familiar face and believed she had produced it from her memory. That is exactly what the officer told her would happen, but it was not real. So this is ridiculous. But this is like, if we remove the hypnosis situation, all of these same things still happen without the hypnosis factor, right? Like, oh, but you sure you didn't see someone that looked this way? Do you recognize this person? All right, they don't recognize it. Let's show them again that same person when we turn the page. What about you? Sure you don't recognize that same person on this page, the second page, maybe a different photo? Like, even if we take hypnosis off the table, these other factors are still problematic, and then the outcome is still this confident, I can identify this person. That was the person I saw do this. So, man, some of the same cognitive techniques Penn and Teller use on stage to trick audiences members' memory and alter their perception explain how the investigative hypnosis session induced Mrs. Barganier to abandon all previous descriptions of the suspect and instead point to Mr. Flores. Indeed, scientists have recognized and begun to study the clear link between stage magic and the manipulation of perception and memory. As two such scientists have explained, our original intention had been simply to poach their best techniques so that we could design better experiments, but now we realize that magicians might actually know things about mind and behavior that neuroscientists do not. So that's from Stephen Macknick and Susanna Martinez-Condi with Sandra Blakesley from Sleights of Mind. They've got studying perceptual manipulation in several variations of the classic cups and balls trick through the lens of cognitive science. This is the quote here, a long quote. Magicians have manipulated audiences' perception and cognition for much longer than cognitive scientists have, because magicians' trick, in large part, depend on this manipulation. That's from that Smithsonian thing we heard about earlier, the magazine from October. Magic's about understanding and then manipulating. Oh, like magic is. Magic is about understanding and then manipulating how viewers digest the sensory information. To make an audience believe that something impossible has happened, like a ball appearing under a cup or a coin vanishing in a hand, a magician has to alter how the audience either sees or remembers the trick. Thus, magic shows are a manifestation of accomplished magic performers' deep intuition for and understanding of human attention and awareness. As Teller explains, every time you perform a magic trick, you're engaging in an experimental psychology. If the audience asks, how the hell did he do that? Then the experiment was successful. I've exploited the efficiencies of your mind. Magic's long legacy of informal experimentation has led magicians to understand not only perception, what the audience thinks and sees, but also recall, what the audience remembers. The fact that memory does not work like a video recorder allows Penn and Teller to trick an audience. They know that the brain captures only fragments of observation and then fills in gaps using logic and what the brain expects to see in certain contexts. When performing, Penn and Teller manipulate that expectation to get the audience to see what Penn and Teller need the audience to see for a trick to work. They rely on the fact that our brains don't see everything. The world is too big, too full of stimuli. What's the Ferris Bueller? Blink, and you might miss it. Instead, the brain takes shortcuts, constructing a picture of reality with relatively simple algorithms for what things are supposed to look like. Indeed, research confirms that the brain stores only bits and pieces of our experiences. Because those fragments rarely form a complete scene, the recall process requires the mind to fill in the gaps, often by drawing on past experience, peppering in expectations based on what must have happened. Yeah, that's dangerous. That's dangerous. I mean, this is the scary part about juries, right? The idea, cognition in general, not just watching a scene go by and observing visually, but just in general, taking information that has gaps and trying to fill in what must have happened. And the danger that a jury approaches deliberations that way, collectively, let alone each 12 of the individuals on their own. And even incorporating new information, such as suggestions encountered after the event. For example, a foundational trick in stage magic is the French drop. I think a great example of this is the Cole Goldberg, the boat bash bikini. She's drowning, that was attempted murder. For example, a foundational trick in stage magic is the French drop. A magician pretends to place a ball, coin, or other object in an empty hand while actually palming the object, hiding it between or behind his fingers in the original hand. Audience members think they remember seeing the object go into the empty hand because their brains filled in what they expected to see. When the magician opens his hand, the object has magically disappeared. In reality, the audiences remember a transfer that never happened. Rather than acknowledging the basic fact that memory forms incompletely and involves gap filling through expectations, investigative hypnosis relies on the unscientific, erroneous assertion that a person's brain makes a visual record of everything that has passed in front of that person's eyes. In Mr. Flores' case, the officer hypnotist told Mrs. Barganier this explicitly. He began the session by explaining, "You're going to be seeing a documentary. You're going to be seeing a film of the events that occurred on that day, on that morning." That's the end of the quote. And near the end of the hypnosis session, the officer assured Miss Barganier that she would, quote, "be able to recall more of these events as time goes on." He reiterated this sentiment again immediately after the session by stating, quote, "It's almost a phenomenon the way it just happens. So it's not uncommon to just remember something after the fact, after the session." But magicians and scientists both know that these somethings, remembered after the fact, are likely to be gap fillings based on whatever makes sense to the brain, not some things that actually happened. Moreover, research confirms that the memory retrieval process itself can fundamentally alter a memory. See, I'm telling you, like, this would be such cool expert witness testimony. Like, you know those points of time in a trial where, maybe after lunch you're refreshed for a little bit, but then your food kicks in, you start getting sleepy, and you're like, this is dragging. They're doing a video deposition. This is so boring. If you called someone up to talk about this, as long as, like, the background of their work history wasn't dragging on, I would be so tuned in. So, let's see. Aw, hope your dog feels better, Nick. Always good to see you. Hey, J Money. Yep, created by EJF. Yeah, and like the Cole Goldberg case, could have gone with a jury. Let's see, where was I? Let's see. Moreover, research confirms that the memory retrieval process itself can fundamentally alter a memory. The constant refreshing and updating a memory invites inaccuracies and the creation of false memories. As Penn and Teller explain, when you think about an event in your life, you are not remembering the event. You are remembering the last time you remembered it. Ooh. Let's adopt that, you guys. I've never thought about it that way. I've always thought about it as, like, your associations build. Like, your neurons fire, your synapses fire. Like, if you're being interviewed about a situation and you're asked a question by an investigator that gives you a detail. Like, let's think of Jeff Jackson in the Zach Adams case interrogating or interviewing or whatever you want to call it, Dylan Adams with the learning disability. And he's providing the details through his questions about the color of certain clothing, or could this have happened in this specific place? And then Dylan's adopting those things. Well, if Dylan tells that story months later, and as he's recalling what he thinks is his contemporaneous knowledge, but he's actually recalling all of the memories he's accumulated from discussing in and around that same event, he's really recalling what he remembers recalling the last time. I think this is a very succinct way to say it, that you are not remembering the event, you're remembering the last time you remembered it. So, all of your memories are copies of copies of copies. And these blurred copies create opportunities for a magician to make suggestions. Penn and Teller rely on the fact that memory retrieval process creates distortions, nudging an audience to recall actions on stage in a way that makes a trick work. They use subtle methods to lull spectators into eagerly accepting suggestions and unspoken information, rather than making direct assertions that would be easier to spot. And once the audience thinks it independently remembers something a certain way, that memory tends to stick. As Teller often says, nothing fools you better than the lie you tell yourself. That's cooked a little there. I like that. Give him a little. There you go. Oh, man. Take the following card trick that Penn and Teller describe in their masterclass, The Art of Magic. The trick uses a stacked deck, but Penn and Teller explain how subtle verbal cues can prevent onstage participants from catching on to that reality. For example, a magician can pretend to shuffle the deck of cards and then hand it around, asking onstage participants to cut the deck. After participants have handled the deck, the magician may say, "We all shuffled the cards, you cut them," as if a casual reminder. But did they all do that? Participants definitely cut the deck, but they did not also shuffle the cards. Yet, this slight shading of the facts can be suggestion enough to cause participants to remember, in quotes, that everyone shuffled the cards, or at least not to question that the deck was shuffled. In reality, the deck remains stacked in an order that ensures the success of the trick. The shuffling suggestion is subtle but effective at limiting participants' recall of what transpired. By manipulating an audience's memory, both in its formation and its recall, Penn and Teller get the audience to convince themselves that things have happened when, in reality, those things never occurred. And what I'm thinking here, this comparison has me thinking of when there's a question of something like chain of custody, or the way an investigation was done in regard to a particular detail on the case, or we don't have the original person that did it to testify, so you get another witness in and they're only able to say, this is our typical procedure, this is what we would do. And we don't really have testimony that this is specifically what we did here. And this idea to have a witness on the stand say, well, typically if a microscopic slide was broken, we would repair it before doing the microscopic analysis. Well, now the jury is going to just assume that in this case, it was prepared, because why not? So, of course, not exactly the same comparison, but I think it's still the same cognitive acceptance. So they say by manipulating an audience's memory, both in its formation and its recall, Penn and Teller get the audience to convince themselves that things have happened when, in reality, those things never occurred. That is all well and good for purposes of entertainment. But the same suggestion-based memory manipulation was also on display in the investigative hypnosis of Mrs. Barganier. And the officer hypnotist left her believing that new things that came to mind later were true, quote, memories she could testify about, not merely things her brain subsequently filled in. The suggestion inherent in the investigative hypnosis of Mrs. Barganier is obvious. The officer hypnotist asked her multiple questions about whether either suspect had short, shaved, neatly cut, or trimmed hair, even as Mrs. Barganier reiterated that both had long, wavy hair. The officer then showed Mrs. Barganier a photo lineup in which every photo was of a Hispanic male with short hair. Mrs. Barganier again did not identify Mr. Flores from that photo lineup, but she then also saw his photo in news coverage of the case prior to trial. Combined with the assurances of the officer hypnotist that she would remember more as time went on, she was primed to, quote, remember Mr. Flores at trial. and she was particularly primed to do so because she was understandably motivated to assist police in finding the person who'd committed a violent murder next door to her home. Moreover, Mrs. Barganier's certainty that her belated in-court identification of Mr. Flores was correct, over 100% positive. She said it was more than 100% positive, as she testified. Is not surprising. As Penn and Teller have observed, it is very difficult for the audience to contradict the ideas that they themselves have constructed. Yeah, let's read that back. It is very difficult for the audience to contradict the ideas that they themselves have constructed. I'm more than 100% sure. I know it. I thought of it. That's what I remember. It's my truth. Next, we have 2. Charles Don Flores should have an opportunity to meaningfully challenge the junk science, investigative hypnosis used in his prosecution. Penn and Teller acknowledge that they are experts in magic, not law, but they believe there is something fundamentally amiss in the justice system if flim-flam, like investigative hypnosis, can be used by law enforcement to reconfigure the gap-laden memory of a key witness in a capital prosecution. In Penn and Teller's view, it is not just ironic, but illogical and unjust that the use of investigative hypnosis in Mr. Flores' case was egregious enough to help inspire Texas legislation that now prohibits introduction of such evidence. So wait, they have legislation about this? And we still have to appeal this case to the Supreme Court? So there's a statute that's not retroactive, I'm assuming. What is this? Is this the bill? Oh, Lord. Oh, this is the title of the bill. So 2024 Texas Statutes Code of Criminal Procedure Title 1. This is from Chapter 38, Section 24. Statements obtained by investigative hypnosis. They have a whole little section. In this article, investigative hypnosis means a law enforcement technique that uses hypnosis to explore the memory of a witness to enhance the witness's recall of a legally relevant event, including descriptions of people, conversations, and the environment. This article applies to all statements made during or after a hypnotic session by a person who has undergone investigative hypnosis performed by a law enforcement agency for the purpose of enhancing the person's recollection of an event at issue in a criminal investigation or case, including courtroom testimony regarding those statements, and including statements identifying an accused that are made pursuant to pretrial identification procedures, like photo lineups. And then C, a statement described by subsection B is not admissible against a defendant in a criminal trial, whether offered in the guilt or innocence phase or the punishment phase of the trial. So you can't just bring in the person who was hypnotized and argue they're still dangerous for the future because I saw it. I saw it through the video reel in my head. If the hypnotic session giving rise to the statement was performed by a law enforcement agency to investigate the offense that is subject of the trial. Notwithstanding Article 38, Section 23, this article does not affect the admissibility of any physical evidence or the testimony of any witness identified that independently corroborates the commission of the offense. So it seems like they could still use investigative hypnosis to find leads. Like, it doesn't seem like there's like a fruit of the poisonous tree issue or something like that. But here it seems like, let's see, all statements made during or after a hypnotic session by a person. So I don't know if this is time constrained or if it's, to me this seems like, this section B seems to imply that you shouldn't use this hypnosis at all because this person might not be able to testify at a future proceeding. I don't know if there's like a time limitation. It's not constrained here. It's not really very clear. But I don't know if you guys get what I'm saying. Like, this article applies to all statements made during or after a hypnotic session by a person who has undergone investigative hypnosis performed by a law enforcement agency. So if you've been hypnotized, any statement you'd make after that hypnotic session would now be inadmissible. And it doesn't seem like there's a cap or limitation on that. So, and I don't know if there's any cases that have had to way, well, if we ask them 3 years later, it's fine. I know. But very interesting that there's a whole thing. Whole statutory ban. I think every state should have that. And it makes me wonder, like, if, like, regardless of, like, let's say this case gets overturned for another issue, right? It's not overturned. Let's say they just, like, ignore this issue. It's overturned for another enumeration of error, and they want to retry. It seems to me like this law would bar the testimony of Miss Barganier. Because her testimony, it would be after she had a hypnotic session. And that type of statement would be inadmissible. So, they're probably like, dang, hide all the evidence that we did a hypnotic session on witnesses when we need them for retrials 20 years later. They say, in Penn and Teller's view, we're back to the brief, it is not just ironic, but illogical and unjust. We were down here somewhere, but we'll just keep reading. That the use of investigative hypnosis in Mr. Flores' case was egregious enough to help inspire Texas legislation that now prohibits introduction of such evidence. Yet Mr. Flores remains on death row, cut off from judicial review. Let's see. And again, my question is a statement during the session, immediately after the hypnosis, the only thing that's inadmissible? Or is it a statement from a person who's ever undergone this type of hypnosis in relation to this event, any future testimony about that event, even if it wasn't a statement from right after that session, is that now inadmissible? And to me, that the language of the statute is broad enough that I would certainly argue that. But I'm not a lawyer. So we go on here. We've got the New York Times opinion on debunked science put this man on death row. He's going to be executed anyway. So Mr. Flores remains on death row, cut off from judicial review. And New York Times did an article on this in 2024. Let's see if this video loads. Okay, that just linked me to youtube.com without the... Let's copy and paste.
My name is Officer Rome Sarna.
Oh my god, is this Miss Barganier?
In the room we have the witness.
The woman sitting in the chair is Jill Barganier. It's 1998, and she's a key witness as police investigate the fatal shooting of her neighbor, Elizabeth Black.
Investigator Jerry Baker, also with the Farmers Branch Police Department.
Listen carefully as Jill describes what she saw.
The first thing I remember is when I looked out the window and I saw a car pulled up into the driveway. And I remember looking at the passenger as he got out and remembering his dark hair, but basically the same as the driver's.
Jill says the two killers were white, slim, and had long dark hair, like this. But the police have a problem. Jill's
I'll pause it in case you guys want to... I mean, definitely long
dark
hair.
Like
Long
this.
dark hair.
But the police have a problem. Jill's description doesn't resemble one of their main suspects. In fact, Jill failed to pick him out of a lineup. Not only that, there's no physical evidence linking him to the murder. No bullets, no blood, no DNA. Oh, and someone else confessed to the murder.
What?
But 25 years later, Charles Don Flores still sits on death row
25.
in Texas, awaiting his execution. He says it's an injustice that highlights the madness of the death penalty and the urgent case for its abolition.
I'm on death row.
Heck
They
yeah.
want to kill me. The more time that goes by, the closer that they're getting.
And it's all because of what's about to happen in this room.
Oh my god, do they show it?
FBI agents were chasing 28-year-old Charles Don Flores
Ooh.
when he crashed into another car.
I'm the first one to say to anybody that I wasn't an angel when I was free. There are things that I've done before that I'm really ashamed of. But I didn't commit this crime. I didn't
Oh,
kill
hold on. Let's go back to the lineup. It's using mugshots? Is that one of the problems, or are there multiple? I think they all look like mugshots, right? Maybe this one isn't. This one... I mean, it kind of still looks like they just brought him in and booked him. But it's also, like, distinctly different. I don't know. My eyes go to this picture just because it's different than the others. And yet they also all look like mugshots. So I think there's two problems. Is there a third one? Well, I know there's no long hair. That's the glaring problem. Okay, there we go. So Adventure Aaron says every single person in that lineup was either wearing white or had a white shirt on and is standing in front of a blank wall. Number 2 is in a tie-dye shirt in front of a brick wall. Yeah, my eyes went right to him. So... yeah, my eyes went right to him.
To the murder. No bullet.
Oh, wait, we can jump ahead. Where were we?
Central evidence used against Charles Don Flores in court? The eyewitness testimony of Jill Barganier. She initially described seeing 2 white men with long hair, medium build.
I'm not medium build. I'm 6 foot tall. I've always had short hair. And I've always worn glasses. And none of these things were mentioned in her original description. Not to mention the fact that I'm not white. I'm Latino, I'm Mexican American.
But by the time of his trial, Jill's testimony had changed.
She suddenly said that she could identify me.
You're about to see why.
Have you ever seen a documentary film, like on TV, like with the Animal Kingdom show, or, you know?
What?
What we're going to do is when we get you into a deep state of hypnosis, we're going to get you into a very relaxed state and to help you recall the things that you've seen that day. Okay?
Over the course of an hour, the officer, just off to the right of the screen, attempts to hypnotize Jill.
For an hour?
Just take a deep breath and relax. Okay? And I want you to concentrate and focus on the space in between your fingers. 98, 97, 96.
What you're seeing has a name. Investigative Hypnosis.
It's essentially voodoo. It's crazy.
For decades, scientists believed that
For
under
real.
hypnosis, people could recall distant events with vivid clarity. But since 1999, it's been largely discredited. That's why more than half the states in the country have banned or limited its use in court.
Okay, wait, let's look at that map. So this was made in 2024. And at this point...
But since 1999, it's been largely discredited. That's why more than half the states in the country have banned or limited its use in court.
All right, so it looks like at this point we haven't... This would have been before that Texas bill. I didn't remember the month in 2024 when it came into being. But there we go. Hopefully this map has improved. Hopefully we got these boots checked yellow. Hopefully we've got more yellow if we did this in 2026.
And now, even Texas has banned it too.
Unfortunately, it's not retroactive, so it doesn't apply to me. It doesn't help me.
Charles and his legal team are
Wild.
certain. Without Jill's hypnosis-tainted testimony, the case against him crumbles. No other evidence puts him at the scene of the crime. All Charles wants from the state is a fair trial based on evidence, not discredited science. After all, his life is on the line.
Give me a fair shot. Look at my case fairly.
So who killed Elizabeth Black? Jill Barganier told officers she saw 2 men enter the victim's house that day. She had no problem identifying the driver, an acquaintance of Flores named Richard Childs. He struck a deal with prosecutors,
Oh boy.
confessed to the murder, and served less than half his sentence. But Charles? He's paid a steep price for insisting on his innocence. Convicted as an accomplice under the Texas law of parties, he remains on death row. And unless authorities grant him a reprieve, he'll be executed. The scientifically flawed testimony, the lack of physical evidence or DNA linking him to the crime with even one iota of doubt, it's an injustice. And that's the impossible moral responsibility placed on those who impose the death penalty.
Ugh.
absolute certainty.
You have to be fair before you take someone's life, and that's the evil of the death penalty. I don't want to die, but if that's how it ends, well,
Damn. Oh, I can't even hear that.
I'm ready to go. I'm not afraid to die. I've never been afraid to die.
Damn. This is crazy. Like, there's no other evidence except hypnosis. Hypnosis is now banned, but it doesn't apply retroactively, and you're still just there. Why wouldn't you, like, just save all the convictions that relied on it, even though it's junk? Whew. Back to the brief. So we have a quote from this that said the scientifically flawed testimony, the lack of physical evidence or DNA linking him to the crime with even one iota of doubt, it's an injustice. And that reality persists despite a statutory mechanism that could authorize a court to examine how unscientific assumptions and techniques impacted Mr. Flores' case, as the petition explains. Flim-flam should have no place in the criminal justice system. Word! We're gonna have to make that a pop-up on the screen. We'll have to throw that up like one of these when we start to hear about junk science in a case. And then conclusion, this court should grant the petition and reverse the judgment of the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. I wonder, maybe it'd be interesting to read that brief. What a crap case. I feel like we should get together and read his petition. That's really upsetting. I'm really annoyed by that. Anyway. Back to magic tricks. Like, I'm glad they're advocating. I'm glad that they sent this in. This was so interesting just to think about the way the human mind works, but then to see it play out with like a micro case, like an actual person's story dealing with this is, I don't know. I hope they take this case. I hope they lay down the hammer. I don't really know what the arguments are in the writ. I'm assuming one angle is about this hypnosis being a factor and this legislation not being retroactive, but I don't really know how that would stand for SCOTUS, because maybe SCOTUS would be like, well, we don't want to tell states whether or not to make their laws retroactive or not. So I'd have to read that brief to understand from a more sound legal analysis than just a gut feeling that this is stupid, what the argument would actually be. So, let's see, I want to see the appeals court ruling, going back down to the Court of Appeals. Let's see. What is this? Let's see. Let's see what's on. See if the filing is available. All right, is this going to give us some application for time to file? Is this the petition? All right, so let's at least look at the question presented. This is 44 pages. Charles Don Flores was convicted and sentenced to death for the shooting death of Betty Black, based on a mid-trial identification made by a witness who'd been subjected to investigative hypnosis by police officers involved in the underlying investigation. This witness initially described perpetrators who looked nothing like Flores. Soon after the crime, the witness failed to pick a recent picture of him out of and it was a recent picture, out of a photo lineup under circumstances that the current consensus in eyewitness memory science views as highly probative of innocence. The brazen manipulation by a key witness was just one component of a host of long-concealed misconduct by state actors, designed to push responsibility for a crime perpetrated by the son of a local police officer. What? Heavily involved in narcotics on to Flores. Brazen manipulation It's just one component of a host of long-sealed misconduct by state actors designed to push responsibility for a crime perpetrated by the son of a local police officer onto Flores, an unconnected drug user living in a trailer. After Flores' conviction, the police officer's son confessed to being the shooter, obtained a secretly negotiated plea deal, served a fraction of his sentence, and was paroled the same year Flores was scheduled to be executed. Flores has always maintained his innocence. Well after his ineffectual initial appeals were exhausted, Flores obtained counsel who began unearthing copious evidence supporting claims for habeas relief under both federal constitutional and state law of junk science, false testimony, official misconduct, and most critically, actual innocence. To get back into court, he relied on state-created procedural vehicles expressly designed to permit development of the factual basis for such claims. And so they cite here the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 1171, Section 582, and then also Article 11.073. Yet Texas's highest criminal court, the sole arbiter of post-conviction relief in death penalty cases, has dismissed those claims without considering the merits, an act that cannot be squared with the state law cited. So they didn't even want to consider. The unexplained boilerplate invocation of a state procedural rule in a case of profound significance gives rise to the following question presented. This is the question. Where a state has created liberty interests that give death sentence prisoners with credible claims of innocence vehicles for proving their innocence in subsequent habeas proceedings, is the federal right to due process violated when the putatively innocent is arbitrarily denied permission to exercise the right to prove his innocence? I feel like this question would have an impact on quite a few cases. So parties to the proceedings below. So let's see. Here are all the proceedings and parties. Let's see. Is this the initial trial? Okay, so we got the trial. This is the timeline, guys. This is how long it takes. So 1999 trial in the 195th Judicial District Court in Dallas County. Direct appeal, let's see, was initiated November 7th, 2001. Certiorari was denied on April 29th, 2002. 2006, you have a habeas proceeding. Cert was denied. He did this pro se. Like, this is years of fighting. 2014, it says Flores v. Stevens here, so that must be a warden, that must be habeas. Denying certificate of appealability, denying denial of certificate of appealability, and then denying cert. 2016, granting stay of execution. So his execution was scheduled but stayed. And remanding the hypnosis claim in subsequent state habeas proceedings. So that was remanded. In 2021, and I'm sure they're going to contextualize more of this as we read. It helps me to see some of the dates and framework before I start reading it. That way I can pick it up better when I'm reading it. And then in 2021, which is an unpublished opinion, refusing to consider habeas claims on the merits. So I think this is the critical decision of this question up here. And then, let's see, 2025, Texas Criminal Appeals Court, refusing to consider habeas claims on the merit. Okay, so maybe it's this one. One of these seems to be the tipping point for this question here. So we've got, let's just read it because I'm pissed off. I'm sad, I don't know. All right. And look at that, we're on page 11 already, so we can get through it. So Charles Don Flores respectfully petitions for writ of certiorari to review the judgment of the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals. Opinions below. The Texas Court of Criminal Appeals, we're just going to call it Court of Appeals, unpublished opinion from the October 2025. They have it in the appendix. The subsequent state habeas application at issue is also in the appendix. We have jurisdiction here. Constitutional and statutory provisions involved. The U.S. Constitution's 14th Amendment provides in relevant part. This is all the habeas stuff. No state shall deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. The state statutes that govern the request for habeas relief in this case are found in Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Articles 1171 Due to their length, they're reproduced in the appendix. All right, so introduction. Let's have them spell this out, because this seems like the one detail about the hypnosis witness was like enough for me. And then you're like, oh, we're protecting a cop's son. Oh, and he confessed. Like, what else is there going to be? So overwhelming evidence shows that Charles Don Flores is innocent and that his trial was irreparably tainted by junk science and official misconduct. His 1999 capital murder conviction turned on a mid-trial, in-court identification by a witness who had repeatedly described the perpetrator as looking nothing like Flores, but was then subjected to, quote, investigative hypnosis and other suggestive procedures. Texas created a vehicle for death sentence prisoners to assert their actual innocence in subsequent habeas proceedings. From article, we're just going to call that 582 of the Code of Procedure. Then in 2013, Texas enacted 73, a law designed to allow people like Flores a less onerous way to establish their innocence by showing that since discredited science contributed to their wrongful convictions. Then, in 2023, Texas expressly barred the use of testimony tainted by investigative hypnosis in criminal proceedings, a law inspired in part by Flores' own case. So that's what we looked at when we read the statute. Invoking these state laws, Flores submitted a mountain of evidence to the Court of Appeals, seeking the right to prove that he is in fact innocent of the crime for which Texas now seeks to execute him. But since the Court of Appeals has repeatedly and arbitrarily barred these efforts without explanation, nullifying the state-created liberty interest upon which he seeks to rely. In this respect, Flores is not alone. In the 13 years since Texas adopted 73, the Court of Appeals has not granted relief to a single death sentence prisoner who has invoked it. Article 73 requires proof by only a preponderance of evidence, so it's very low. I don't want to say very low, like, oh, it's so easy. But that's different than a lot of these other standards that we're looking at where it has to be, like, reasonable, beyond reasonable doubt. So here it's just a preponderance of evidence that had a jury heard about the change in the scientific understanding, he would not have been convicted. Even a cursory look at the body of evidence Flores submitted shows that the Court of Appeal is not honoring the backdrop Texas lawmakers enacted to avoid executing the innocent. The Court of Appeals has thus rendered Flores' state-created right illusory, in violation of his federal right to due process under the 14th Amendment. This court should grant cert to clarify that, in these narrow circumstances, where a state has created a liberty interest specifically to avoid executing the innocent, due process demands more than unexplained summary dismissal in response to a substantial threshold showing of actual innocence. This case and the question it presents are exceptionally important. Whether state law, enacted to safeguard against executing the innocent, when rendered illusory in practice, offends the federal right to due process. Isn't it funny? The statute's like magic. We're coming full circle here. It's just an illusion. The statement of the case. I don't know if this is just a formal footnote. All right. Most citations to the trial and post-conviction records have been omitted. Quotation marks have, however, been retained to indicate direct quotes from a record source. Maybe they need to fit within the character limit. The underlying crime and investigation. So, and good to see you, BMAC. Good to see you. Looking over at the chat real quick. We've got, before dawn, on January 29th, 1998, Jill Barganier heard a noise, looked through her mini blinds, and saw a hippie Volkswagen Bug pull into her neighbor's driveway. She saw two white males with long hair who looked similar get out of the car, open the Black's garage door, that's the name of the neighbor, remember, Betty Black, and go inside. This occurred when Miss Black was routinely away from the house and Mrs. Black was routinely still asleep. Police were called when Mr. Black came home and found his wife and the family dog shot dead and fixtures torn off the bathroom walls. Members of the narcotics unit were called in because the Black's adult son Gary was a known drug dealer, then in prison. Gary's estranged common-law wife, Jackie Roberts, with whom he had children, had been telling people that Gary had left a large amount of cash hidden in his parents' house and that she believed this money was rightfully hers. Jackie, herself an addict drug dealer, had shared information about the hidden drug money with another addict drug dealer with whom she'd recently begun an affair, Richard Childs. Oh boy. A white male with long hair. A few weeks before Mrs. Black was murdered, and that's why, we're having fixtures. Very important that the fixtures are torn apart in the bathroom. A few weeks before Mrs. Black was murdered, Childs had infiltrated Jackie's friend group, dispensing free drugs. Jackie had been seen riding with Child in his multicolored Volkswagen Bug. Around that same time, Childs had tracked down Charles Flores, whom Childs had met a few years before when living across the street from Flores' parents. Childs connected with Jackie in Farmers Branch and Flores in Irving. Flores and Jackie did not know each other. The day Mrs. Black was murdered, investigators with the Farmers Branch Narcotics soon located $39,000 in cash hidden in the Black's house. They then immediately went looking for Childs before anyone had implicated him. Narcotics investigators knew Childs because he had, seemingly, been working for them, so is he a CI? And other narcotics agents in the Dallas Metroplex, as had his older brother. Well, it's a whole family affair. Child's father was a local police officer who had long worked for the Irving Police Department. This is a mess. One of the law enforcement agencies that became involved in interrogating potential witnesses for the Black murder case. While the narcotics investigators were inquiring about Child's recent activities, other investigators canvassed the Black's neighborhood. They found witnesses who had seen 2 white males, 25 years of age or older, getting out of a Volkswagen at the Black's house. Mrs. Barganier was the only person who'd seen the men's faces. Police records refer to a statement she provided that day, but it disappeared from the police file. Because of course it did. The day after the murder, the Dallas Morning News ran a front-page story of the murder, describing Child's multicolored Volkswagen, which the police were looking for. As it turns out, the day of the murder, Childs had deposited his distinctive car outside the trailer where Flores was living and then left on a motorcycle. Flores had thought nothing of this, as he had no idea that Childs had just used that Volkswagen while perpetrating capital murder. The next day, investigators realized that Childs, not just his car, had been seen at the Black's house the morning of the murder. Even though Mrs. Barganier was shown a photo lineup with an older photo of Childs, she picked him out of a photo 6-pack. So she says she sees these 2 men's faces, and they use an old photo, and she's still able to get one of them. She's still able to do the identification without the aid of hypnosis, using an older photo. So there's an example of the photo. Although narcotics officers knew where Childs was and had him under surveillance, they allowed him time to destroy evidence and interact with other suspects before taking him into custody, and then buried the fact that he was arrested with, this is italicized, an open box of the exact brand of .380 ammunition that had been used to shoot Mrs. Black. The next day, back at the Farmers Branch police station, Mrs. Barganier was shown another photographic lineup that included Child's new mugshot. She again picked Childs out. Yeah, this is a lot. This is a lot. And Mafka says, I hope one of the appeals has info from a juror. This sounds Faustian. A few nights later, 2 detectives went to Mrs. Barganier's home and arranged for her to come to the police station the next morning to be hypnotized before making a composite... They want her to be hypnotized before making a composite sketch of the Volkswagen passenger. By then, Flores had become the preferred suspect, despite the absence of any physical evidence linking him to the crime scene, and despite no one describing anyone who looked like Flores at the scene. Flores was not a slim white male with long hair. He was an overweight Hispanic male with short, shaved hair. By then, investigators had obtained a recent photo of Flores. The same narcotics investigators who had been working with Childs began injecting Flores' name into interviews with key suspects, including Childs and Jackie. In a partially recorded custodial interview with Childs, which the jury never heard, these officers can be heard telling Childs to implicate Flores, as they all joke together, hee-hee-hoo-ha, a little flim-flam here and there, and the officers describe Flores in racist terms. Meanwhile, after learning that Childs had been implicated in a murder, Flores clumsily sought to destroy the distinctive Volkswagen that Childs had abandoned outside of Flores' trailer. He also fled Texas after learning that police were looking to connect him to a crime he had not committed. And I mean, I know everyone's going to say consciousness of guilt, but can you blame them? Kind of seems like if he's innocent and he thought you were going to try to pin this on him, seems like he may have been right. Mrs. Barganier would later testify that she was just a wreck, very nervous, and scared for the safety of her children. She couldn't stop shaking and felt responsible for Mrs. Black's death because she knew these men were there and she dismissed it. She was highly motivated to help. At trial, Mrs. Barganier claimed she'd asked the police to put her under hypnosis to help her do a good composite. It is unclear how she knew that hypnosis was something police officers did. The jury heard no details, but post-conviction evidence established that the lead detective enlisted a patrol officer who had collected evidence at the scene to do the hypnosis. This officer, so he's exposed to the scene of the crime. This officer had never hypnotized anyone before, and never did so again. So it's like not even a scientific application of junk science. But he had received a certificate after taking a let's go to Canva, guys. Let's do a group activity where we go to Canva and we produce ourselves a hypnosis certificate. But he had received a certificate after taking a law enforcement hypnosis course 2 years earlier. Help us all. Help us all. Like, what are we doing? The morning of February 4th, 1998, Ms. Barganier arrived at the police station for the hypnosis session, which was videotaped by a detective involved in the investigation. During a short pre-hypnotic interview, Mrs. Barganier described looking out the window, seeing a Volkswagen Bug and 2 men get out, noticing the driver's hair, and that she was drinking out of a beer bottle, and remembering the passenger's hair as basically the same as the driver's. During the hypnosis session, Mrs. Barganier was invited to imagine many things, such as her very own special theater, decorated in any way she liked, an elevator ride, a yellow button to push an imaginary remote control, magical letters floating over the 2 men's heads, and a time travel door she could walk through. The police hypnotist instructed her that, when he reached the number 0, she could just press the imaginary play button. This play button will take us to Thursday, January 29th. It's a very important day of significance. He also instructed her to imagine, you're going to be seeing a documentary. You're going to be seeing a film of the events that occurred on that day, on that morning. And while she was imagining this documentary, he invited her to pan in on each man's face. Oh my god, who needs a video editor? You could just do it all in your head. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Mrs. Barganier again said of the passenger's hair that it looked a lot like his friend's, which she described as dark blonde, long, wavy, and shoulder length. Throughout the hypnosis session, the police hypnotist made numerous suggestive statements during and immediately afterwards. Quote, is his hair short? Is it shaved? Is it neatly cut? Asked about the driver, whose hair she had repeatedly described as dirty, long, and wavy. Does he have it neatly cut or is it trimmed? Asked about the passenger, whose hair she had just described as a lot like his friend's and dark, long. As I said, you'll be able to recall more of these events as time goes on, because that's how memory works. At the end, Mrs. Barganier asked, did I do okay? Did I help in any way? Right afterwards, Mrs. Barganier used the computer to create a composite sketch of the passenger. And this is what we've got. Despite Mrs. Barganier's previous descriptions to police and the sketch that looked nothing like Flores, right afterwards, law enforcement showed her a photo lineup featuring Hispanic males, all with short shaved hair. The photo lineup included a recent picture of Flores in position 2, so this one here in the middle. Even with the suggestive nature of Flores' photo, in the center of the top line, and the only one featuring bright clothing, a distinct background, and no white bar blocking part of the picture, Mrs. Barganier did not pick him out. So, this is cued to make her pick this picture, and she still didn't pick him out, even though she had no problem pre-hypnosis identifying Childs. Over the next several months before and after Flores' arrest, photos of him, a large Hispanic male with short-shaved hair, appeared in the news. So now this is all in the news, that same picture that was used in the lineup. No records in the police or prosecutors' files captured any further pretrial interactions between Mrs. Barganier after that day she was hypnotized, created a composite sketch, and then failed to pick Flores out of a photographic lineup. But the prosecutors likely interviewed her at some point, as she was subpoenaed to appear at Flores' trial 13 months later. So we already heard that something was never filed. What's one more? The prosecution. A few months after Mrs. Black's death, Flores was arrested and arraigned for capital murder in the Black case. Police never interviewed him. Instead, they worked with the lead prosecutor to arrest his elderly parents, his girlfriend and alibi witnesses, and a host of his friends, trying to coerce incriminating statements for them to use against Flores. Well, this is fun. This sounds exactly like what we should be doing. Vardir began less than a year after the offense. When Vardir began, no discovery had been produced to the defense. While potential jurors were filling out questionnaires, the state produced for the first time a small volume of discovery. Lead prosecutor Jason January promised to disclose several categories of material later, but he never did so. For instance, January never disclosed exceedingly favorable deals he secretly made with various witnesses, including, we have it all here, including an individual who claimed Flores confessed to shooting the Black's dog, Childs, who confessed to shooting Mrs. Black, and Jackie, who confessed to having told Childs about the hidden drug money and the Black's morning routine. So, we've got the elements, prior shooting, prior animosity, an indirect confession directly related to the crime, and then a motive. He's aware that there's hidden money. And he has the know-how. When? The opportunity. By trial, January had indicted... What a awkward name. By trial, the prosecutor guy had indicted Flores' elderly parents for hindering the apprehension of a fugitive, their son. January also made multiple attempts to indict Flores' girlfriend and alibi witnesses for the same. We have a footnote here that says none of the family members and friends who concealed Jackie and Childs while they were on the lam was ever arrested for that conduct. Oh my God. Unbeknownst to the defense, January arranged for several witnesses to testify before the grand jury in the case pending against Childs. Those transcripts, containing significant impeachment evidence, were not produced to Flores' counsel. By opening statements, the state had no physical evidence linking Flores to Mrs. Black's murder. No fingerprints, ballistics, DNA, or fiber evidence. The state also had no eyewitness identification. But the lead prosecutor argued that Flores was not only present at the crime scene, but had been the shooter, while knowing that Childs had shot Mrs. Black. When the presentation of evidence began, it was uncontested that two men had entered the Black's house through the garage and torn up the bathroom walls in search of something, and failed to find the $39,000 hidden in the house. One of these men had shot Mrs. Black with a .380 pistol. It was also uncontested that one of these men was Childs, whom the jury never saw or heard from, nor did they hear that he confessed to being the shooter. Mrs. Barganier appeared in court to testify for the state. After seeing Flores at the defense table, the only Hispanic in the courtroom, she told the prosecutors that she could now identify him as the passenger she'd seen exiting Childs' Volkswagen Bug before dawn the morning Mrs. Black was murdered. Defense counsel objected outside the jury's presence, suggesting that her in-court identification was tainted by hypnosis. The trial judge expressed skepticism since Miss Barganier had known the defendant's name. Honestly, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to pick out who is the Hispanic individual in the courtroom. You agree with that, do you not? That is a quote from the trial judge in response to this objection. And with that, Adventure Aaron's going to be cursing out loud for another 10 minutes. Moreover, as Mrs. Barganier admitted years later, she had, by then, repeatedly seen his picture in the news. But Mrs. Barganier, and let's go back up, we're on page 11. Look, there's his name in the picture. Oh my gosh, we are lost. Alright, so she'd repeatedly seen the picture in the news, but Mrs. Barganier insisted that she was sure about the identification. Prosecutor January argued that 1, the hypnosis had little or nothing to do with her in-court identification at all, and 2, if it had any effect, it certainly was proper under any of the Zanny guidelines. Prosecutor January was referencing Zanny v. State, which governed the admissibility of testimony from hypnotized witnesses in Texas until the law changed in 2023, inspired by Flores' case. Well, I'm sure this case is a great time. Prosecutor January also insisted that there was evidence to corroborate Mrs. Barganier's 11th hour identification, when instead there was only suppressed evidence that she had repeatedly described seeing someone who looked entirely unlike Flores. Yeah, so fake, like, oh, we promise you, you'll see evidence, and then it never is produced. The trial court overruled the defense's objection, and Mrs. Barganier was allowed to tell the jury a dramatic tale about locking eyes with the Volkswagen's passenger, something she'd never said before. As a footnote, the video of the hypnosis session was not played in court. Oh, what? The whole thing's available? Oh, chat. We have the whole thing. Oh my god, we gotta subscribe to this channel. They only have 4 subscribers. I'm number 5. Free Charles Flores. Let me add this. We're putting this in Creator Friends. We're gonna put this in Junk Science as well. There's a lot of playlists this could go into. Let's go, guys. I'm gonna turn my camera off. I'm gonna get a drink. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna watch this. Here is the link to this video. Please take a second to hop over and subscribe. I'll add it to the description. Please run these numbers up. Look at this. We have David Wayne in the comments saying this is a prime example of the depravity of our nation. And I don't know the context of this. Came after Pablo. Maybe that's another case. So, wow. Let's go. Let's check this out. Happy Saturday, you guys. This is going to be insane. I know it's going to piss me off.
Camera, my name is Officer Rome Serna. I'm a investigative forensic hypnotist for the Farmers Branch Police Department. In the room we have as a witness investigator Jerry Baker, also with the Farmers Branch Police Department. And our witness will be Jill, how do you pronounce your last name? Barganier, Jill Barganier. So tell me, what is it that you remember about the incident that day? Offhand, things that you can remember now.
The first thing I remember is when I looked out the window and I saw a car pulled up into the driveway. I remember it was a VW Bug, and I remember seeing 2 guys get out. I remember the passenger getting out, and I distinctly remember his hair. And then he stood up as he got out, and then he turned back and got a bottle out of the car and just took a quick drink and put it back. And I can remember thinking that it looked a lot like a big beer bottle. And then I just kind of passed that off as my imagination, you know, that they just pulled up and acted like they belonged.
Yeah, no.
They didn't know. They didn't seem like they were in a hurry to me or anything. And I remember looking at the passenger as he got out and remembering his dark hair, but basically the same as the driver's. And then he turned and looked directly in the direction that I was looking, but not like he was looking at me. And I think he closed the door and they both started walking. And that's when I closed the blind. It looked to me like they were just about to walk up to the front door.
Okay. Have you ever seen a documentary film, like on TV, like what's that, Animal Kingdom show, or, you know, what we're going to do is when we get you into a deep state of hypnosis, we're going to take you into a theater. It's going to be your own private theater.
Your own private theater.
You're going to be seeing a documentary. And you're going to be seeing a film of the events that occurred on that day, on that morning. Okay? I'm going to ask you to verbalize. I'm going to ask you to talk, to tell me what it is that you're seeing.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you for descriptions and this type of thing. Your voice might sound funny to you, but that's because your body's going to be so relaxed, the muscles in your jaws. You're going to be so relaxed and so at ease that it's really not going to affect you. And in fact, hearing your own voice is just going to comfort you more, and it's going to make you feel even that much more relaxed. Okay? And basically, that's all we're going to do is we're just going to get you into a very relaxed state and to help you recall the things that you've seen that day. Okay?
Okay.
first thing we're going to do, okay, is I just want you to get comfortable in the chair, all right? I want you to cup your hands together just like this, okay, and rest them on your side. Are you able to do that?
I'm small.
You're still. I'll tell you what, you can use the armchair, that's be fine.
Okay.
I want you to stick your two fingers out, your two index fingers out about an inch. There you go. Okay? I want you to concentrate and focus on the space in between your fingers. All right? Just take a deep breath and relax. Okay? And I want you to concentrate and focus on the space in between your fingers. Take a deep breath, relax. You're going to find that the space is starting to get smaller and smaller. The smaller that the space gets, your eyes are starting to become a little bit more tired. And when your fingers finally do come together, then and only then is it okay for you to close your eyes and to relax. Concentrate on the space. Focus on the space. Relax. Take a deep breath. When your fingers do come together, you can close your eyes. Relax. Good. Joe, you're doing fine. Just relax. In a moment, Jill, I'm going to count down from 3 to 0. When I reach the number 0, I'm going to ask you to concentrate and focus on the hundreds of tiny little muscles that are on the bottom of your feet. 3, 2, 1, and 0. I want you to focus on the hundreds of tiny little muscles on the bottom of your feet. Just imagine them in your mind's eye, try and visualize these muscles. A lot of times when we experience stress and tension, the stress and tension is built up in these muscles and these nerve endings that we have on the bottoms of our feet. Just imagine, if you will, these nerve endings being balled up, tensed up. Just watch them unwind in your mind's eye. As they begin to unwind, you relax more. Take a deep breath. Relax. This sensation that you're feeling on the bottom of your feet, I want you just to imagine it now shooting up through your ankles and through the calves of your legs. Feeling more and more relaxed. I want you to imagine the stress, the feelings, just moving in and out of your legs, your calves, just separating the muscles and all the tension and all the stress that you may have experienced lately, just slowly dissipating. Just relax. Take a deep breath. This sensation now will be traveling up your knees, into your thighs, relaxing the muscles in your thighs. Your legs might start to feel heavy. That's okay. That's just your body relaxing. The sensation is now shooting up your stomach and through the muscles in your back, relaxing your back. Focus on the muscles on your back. Try and relax them. The sensation now is traveling up your back through your spine to the neck muscles. You may try and visualize fingers, if you will, massaging the back of your neck, getting the muscles loose, feeling more relaxed. With each breath you take, each word I say, simply feeling more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. Sensation now is traveling up the back of your head, massaging each and every nerve ending that we have on the top of our head, through your forehead, now down through your cheeks, in your jaw. The muscles in your jaw might start to feel a little relaxed, a little more loose. That's fine. Take a deep breath. The sensation now is traveling through your shoulders. All the stress and tension was slowly moving out of your body so that you can relax. Focus on that feeling, the sensation. Traveling down your arm, through your bicep, through your elbow, and now through your forearm. Just relaxing the forearm. The sensation now is traveling through your fingers, through your thumbs. Feeling more and more relaxed. In a moment, the sensation will be shooting out your fingertips. all the stress and tension that's been built up the past couple of weeks, just slowly moving out of your body now, enabling you to become more relaxed, more at ease. Take a deep breath. In a moment, I'm going to count from 3 to 0. When I reach number 0, I want you just to imagine, if you will, in your mind's eye, all the stress and all the tension that's been built up in your body that's shooting out your fingertips, almost a magical, mystical feeling. 3, 2, 1, and 0. You're doing fine, Joe. In a moment, Joe, I'm going to count down from 100 to 0. And I want you just to concentrate and focus on the sound of my voice. Relax. If you feel you need to move, that's fine. If you want to get more comfortable in the chair, that's also fine. Just relax. I'm going to count down from 100 to 0. We're going to do a breathing technique to help you get more relaxed, to help you slip deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 100, 99, 98, 97, 96, 95, 94, 93, take a deep breath, relax. 92, 91, 90, feeling more relaxed, more at ease. 89, 88, 87, 86, 85, 84, 83. Take a deep breath, relax. With each breath you take, each word I say, each number I say, feeling more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. 82, 81, 80, 79, 78, 77, 76, just relax, take a deep breath. 75, feeling more and more relaxed. 74, feeling very at ease. 73, 72, 71, 70. Take a deep breath, relax. Any outside noises, anything else you hear is fine. It's going to help you feel more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. 69, 68, slipping deeper and deeper. 67, 66, take a deep breath, relax. 65, 64, 63, 62, 61, deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 59, 58, just relax. 57, 56, 55, 54. Take a deep breath. With each number I go down, each word I say, simply feeling more and more relaxed, deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 53, 52, 51, 50, 49, feeling relaxed. 48, all the stress and tension in your body is now gone, feeling more, enabling you to feel more relaxed and more at ease. 47, 46, 45, 44, 43, 42. Just take a deep breath, feel relaxed, you're doing fine. Each number that we go down, just want you to imagine yourself just feeling more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. 41, 40. Parts of your body might start to feel numb, but that's just your muscles being relaxed. Everything is safe, everything is secure. 39, 38, 37, 36, 35, 34, 33, 32. Take a deep breath. Relax. 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, relax, feeling more and more at ease. Every word I say, every breath you take, simply feeling more and more at ease. 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, feeling more and more at ease, more and more relaxed. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, feeling very relaxed now. 8, deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 7, 6, feeling very relaxed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. Feeling very relaxed. Just focus on all the muscles on your body, just feeling very relaxed, very at ease. Your body's free of most of the stress and tension now, and your muscles might feel heavy or numb, and that's okay. That's just a sign of your body relaxing. Jill, in a moment, I'm going to put a very special glue on your finger. It's safe glue. It's not going to harm you. Everything is fine. It's safe and secure. And this glue, I just want you to imagine, if you will, just glue a cool sensation. Just glue it in and out of your fingers, slowly gluing your fingers together. In your mind's eye, I want you to imagine now that I'm placing this glue on your fingers. As you feel the glue running in and out of your fingers, you can feel them slowly and safely gluing together. And this sensation that you're feeling is only helping you to relax more, to feel more at ease. In a moment, Jill, I'm going to count from 3 to 0. And when I reach the number 0, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes and to try and pull your fingers apart. But you're going to find that the harder you try to pull your fingers apart, that the harder it's going to be for you to do this. In fact, you're going to find that you will be unable to pull your fingers apart, that you won't be able to do this until I snap my fingers. When I snap my fingers, this magical or mystical glue that we placed on your fingers will simply go away, and you will be able to pull your hands apart, and then you can just rest your hands wherever they may fall. I want you now to imagine that I'm placing the glue on your fingers, slowly relaxing, gluing each finger together. When I reach number 0, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes, to look down at your fingers. Anything else that you see outside of your fingers will only help aid you in relaxing more, will bring you out of the state of hypnosis. Simply make you feel more relaxed and more easy. In fact, you will only be able to focus on your fingers. 3, I'm placing the glue on the finger. 2, you're starting to ease, gluing each finger together. 1, and 0. I think it needs a part. Now, the glue's melting away. You close your eyes now, take a deep breath and relax. All the glue is gone. Your fingers are relaxed. You're feeling very at ease. In a moment, Joe, I'm going to count down from the number 3 to the number 0 again. This time, when I reach the number 0, I want you to imagine yourself in your very own special building. This building is going to have 20 floors. It's going to be a 20-story building. And it can be whatever kind of building you like. It's your special building. It's your special place. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Visualize now, Joe, in your mind's eye, this 20-story building. I want you to just focus on this building and maybe look around and see what's around you in this building. There may be floral arrangements on the walls or pictures on the walls. But in particular, Joe, I want you to look down towards your feet. You're standing in this hallway, and this hallway's got this beautiful plush yellow carpet. You notice that you're barefooted and you're standing on this carpet, and it's almost as if it's massaging the bottoms of your feet, feeling very, very comfortable, very at ease. Like I said earlier, this is your very special building, and this building can have anything you like. It can have pictures of your children, your husband. On the other end of this hallway, Joe, you're going to find an elevator door. And this door can be decorated any way you like also. It could be a cherry wood door, dark color. In a moment, I'm going to count down from 20 to 0. With each number I count, I want you to just imagine in your mind's eye taking one step closer to that elevator door. 20, 19, closer and closer. 18, doing more relaxed. 17, 16, 15, feeling very at ease. 14. Each step you take, each word I say, feeling very at ease, very relaxed. 13, 12, 11. Feeling fine, slipping deeper and deeper into hypnosis. We're halfway through the elevator door now. 9, 8, 7, 6, feeling more and more relaxed, more and more ease. 5, 4, deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 3, 2, almost at the elevator door. 1, and 0. I want you just to imagine in your mind's eye now, I want you to visualize yourself standing in front of this elevator door. And to the right of this door, you're going to see a very special button. It's a yellow button. When I count down from 3 to 0, I'm going to ask you to push this yellow button so that the elevator door can open. When this elevator door does open, just take a step inside this elevator. Once again, when I count down from 3 to 0, I'm going to ask you to push the yellow button on the right side of the elevator. When the door opens, simply walk in and enjoy the elevator. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Pushing the yellow button. Opening the elevator door. Joe, if you can visualize yourself standing inside this elevator, if you just look around inside the elevator, you might see it might be an elevator made out of glass. It might have certain pictures. It's your special elevator. So everything is safe and secure. In your mind's eye, if you're able to visualize this elevator, I want you just to acknowledge by simply nodding your head, yes. Inside this elevator, Joe, you see a dark brown leather chair. And as you walk over to inspect this chair, you can almost smell the leather of the chair. And this is a very special chair. And when I count down from 3 to 0, I'm going to ask you just in your mind's eye to imagine yourself sitting in this leather chair, deep leather chair, and you can just imagine how comfortable it must be. 3, 2, 1, and 0. We're sitting in the chair now. Feeling very relaxed. This magical, mystical chair almost taking any tension or stress that you might have left in your body. Just imagine it's just seeping into this chair. On the right of this chair, there's a very special button, another yellow button. When I count down from 3 to 0, I'm going to ask you to push this button. And when you do, slowly the elevator will begin to lower down to the first floor, where we'll find a very special time and travel for us. 3, 2, 1, and 0. The elevator has begun to lower now. We're on the 20th floor, moving down towards the 19th, down towards 18th, down on 17th, feeling more and more relaxed, more and more at ease, down on 16th, 15, 14, 13. As you feel the elevator going down, you start to feel more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. 12, 11, 10, 9. Feeling more and more relaxed. Take a deep breath. The further we go down on this floor, the deeper and deeper into hypnosis we're slipping. 9, 8, 7, 6, feeling more and more relaxed. 5, almost there now. 4, 3, feeling very, very relaxed. 2, and 1. We're now at the first floor. The elevator door is open. On the other end of this door, you see another door. And this is a very special door because this door leads to your very own special theater. In a moment, we're going to start walking towards this theater door. We're going to go inside this theater and we're going to watch the documentary film. As we start to walk towards this door, I just want you to imagine yourself feeling more and more relaxed, more and more easy. Any stress and tension that you might be feeling, simply going away. With each breath you take, relaxing more and more. Every word I say, feeling more and more relaxed, slipping deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 15, 14, 13, getting closer and closer to the theater door. 12, 11, 10, feeling more and more relaxed. 9, 8, 7, feeling very relaxed. 6, getting closer and closer to the door now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 0. So we're now standing in front of this very special theater door. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to step into this theater. Inside the theater, you're going to find another special chair. It's another brown leather chair, very soft, very thick. You're going to sit in this chair. We're going to watch a documentary movie. This is your very own special theater, and the theater can be decorated any way you like. The lights can be on. You may have your children with you, or your cat Flo may be there with you. It's your theater, however you'd like to have it is fine. I'm going to count down from 3 to 0. When I reach the number 0, I want you just to imagine the theater door opening. And you'll be walking into this theater door and sitting down in the brown chair, the brown leather chair that we spoke of earlier. 3, 2, the door's opening. 1, and 0. The door is now open. In your mind's eye, I want you to visualize yourself walking towards this brown chair. When you get to this chair, just have a seat and relax. As you sit back into this chair, you can almost hear the leather cranking, making you feel more and more relaxed, more and more at ease. You can almost smell the leather. As I said, this is your very own special theater, and the theater can be decorated any way you like. You can also have anybody you like in the theater with you. To the front, you'll see a big screen. In a moment, we're going to watch a documentary film on that screen. To the right on the chair, on the arm of this leather chair, you see you have a remote control. This remote control, you see, has 6 buttons. You notice that 5 of the buttons are white, and 1 button is yellow. The 5 buttons are the stop, rewind, fast forward, pause, and play buttons. The 1 yellow button, that's your very special button. If at any time during this documentary film you feel any stress or tension or anything that might be uncomfortable for you, simply push down on this yellow button and all the stress and tension that you're feeling will simply go away, allowing you to slip deeper and deeper into hypnosis, feeling more and more relaxed. Jill, when I count down from 3 to 0, when we reach the number 0, I'm going to ask you just to reach over and hit the play button so that we can start the film. The movie will be of the date Thursday, January 29th. The movie starts in the morning. You know this day because it's a very important day for you. It's an important day of significance, a day in which you witness something very important. Anything that you see during the movie, once again, if it brings stress or tension, just simply push the yellow button, and all that stress and tension will simply go away. In a moment, Joe, I'm going to ask you to verbalize. I'm going to ask you to say some words to tell me what it is that you're seeing on the screen. Your voice may sound funny to you. It may sound different. And that's okay. That's simply because the muscles in your jaw are relaxed. There's no stress or tension in your body. In fact, you're going to find that your voice will only aid in allowing you to slip deeper and deeper into hypnosis. As I said earlier, I'll count down from 3 to 0. When I reach the number 0, I want you just to press the play button. This play button will take us to Thursday, January 29th. A very important day of significance. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Pressing the button. Jill, if the movie has started, just acknowledge this by simply nodding your head yes to let me know. Very good. Feeling very relaxed, very easy. Anytime you feel any stress or tension, just simply press the yellow button, and you will go deeper and deeper into hypnosis. All that stress and tension will simply be wiped away. It's now Thursday, January 29th. It's in the early morning hours, and you've just awoken. Can you tell me what you're doing now? What are you seeing on the screen? In a moment, Joe, I want you to just press the fast forward button just a little bit. We're pressing the fast forward button now. What's on the screen now?
Look at the window.
You're looking out the window? Can you tell me what you see?
Bug.
Can you describe the bug?
Waves on. Like little waves.
Yeah.
Little waves on the bottom.
Just relax.
And pink.
What color is this bug?
Pink top.
Take a deep breath, relax, feeling very easy. Where's this bug at?
Those driveway.
Just relax. I'm going to count down from 10 to 0. With each word I say, each number I count, simply getting more and more relaxed. 10, 9, take a deep breath. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Do you see any other vehicles out there?
Bill. And his car. In the driveway.
I want you to press the rewind button back to where you saw the bug. Very good. A moment ago you told me that the bug had waves on it. Can you describe those waves?
Like little pathways.
What color are these waves?
Sort of purple.
Just relax. Feeling very easy. Is there anyone inside the bug? Can you tell me who's inside the bug? Just relax. Every time you feel stress or tension, simply reach over and press the yellow button. And all the stress and tension will simply melt away. Relax. Take your time, you're doing fine. Is someone sitting inside the bus?
Get out.
They got out of the bus?
Get out.
How many people are out of the bus?
2,
Are you seeing these people now in your mind's eye?
30.
Are these people male or female? Yeah. Just relax, feeling very easy, you're doing fine. Just take a deep breath and relax. In a moment now, Joe, I'm going to ask you to place a magical letter. We're going to call this letter A and the letter B. And I want you in your mind's eye just to visualize these two letters. The shape of the letter A, almost triangular in nature, and the shape of the letter B. I want you to place the letter A over the head of one man, and the letter B over the head of the next. And I want you now just to reach over and press the pause button, and focus and concentrate on the letter A. Just relax. We're now looking at the letter A. This letter represents one of the men that got out of the bus. I want you to focus on the very top of this man. Can you tell me what he looks like? Just relax, take a deep breath. I want you to focus and concentrate on his hair. Just his hair. You don't need to look at his face or his clothes. Just concentrate and focus on his hair. Can you tell me what his hair looks like? Can you describe his hair? Blonde?
Dark blue.
Is his hair short? Is it shaved? Is it neatly cut? Dirty hair?
Long. Wavy.
Very good. You're doing fine. Just relax. Take a deep breath. In a moment now, I'm going to ask you to try and visualize, once again, the man that we labeled A. I want you just to try and visualize his face. As I said earlier, if you feel any stress or tension, simply reach over and press the yellow button, the magical, mystical yellow button, and all the stress and tension will simply melt away, allowing you to slip deeper and deeper into the center. Focus on the gentleman we call letter A. Zoom in on his face. Can you tell me what his face looks like? Can you describe his face?
Kind of young.
Really young?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything on his face that may stand out to you? Yeah.
Blue eyes. Pretty eyes.
Just relax and every time. Let's go lower down to his face. Focusing on his face once again. His nose, maybe his mouth. Try and imagine, if you will, the shape of his face. If it's round or oval or square. Just relax. Any stress or tension that you might feel, simply push the yellow button. Is there anything else about the face that you want to stand out to you? Just relax, take a deep breath. We're still looking at the same person. In a moment I'm going to ask you to pan down Now we're looking at his shirt. Is there anything about the shirt that stands out to you? Are you able to recognize it? Just relax, take a deep breath. Feeling fine. I'm going to count down from 5 to 0. Each number I say, feeling more and more relaxed. 5, 4, deeper and deeper into hypnosis. 3, 2, 1, and 0. So we're still looking at the person we called the letter A. Can you describe if he's wearing a shirt, if he's not wearing a shirt? Is there anything that stands out about his clothes?
I can see.
Okay. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to pan down a little further. We're now looking towards the lower part of the thigh, his legs, and his feet. If you're able to visualize anything or see anything that stands out to you, anything that you can recall. Just a moment.
Why does he get a drink?
Is he holding something in his hand?
A beer.
Can you tell what kind of beer?
Big brown beer bottle. Why is he so early in the morning?
Very good. Just relax.
And he puts it back.
Very good. I'm going to count down from 3 to 0. When I reach number 0, I just want you to reach over and stop button. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Feeling very relaxed, very at ease. Very relaxed. In a moment, Joe, I'm going to ask you once again to hit play. This time, the camera's going to focus on the letter B. When I count down from 3 to 0, I want you to reach over and hit play and focus on the letter B. This person that we labeled the letter B. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Pushing the button, feeling very relaxed. Joe, in your mind's eye, when you see this person in your mind, simply let me know by nodding your head yes. Very good. I want you to focus and concentrate on the very top of this person's head. Just like we did with the letter A, I'm going to ask you to see if you can describe what you're seeing. But I want you just to focus on the hair and nothing else. Is there anything about the hair that stands out to you?
Not like his friends.
When you say like his friend, do you mean
Dark. No.
Long hair, not short.
you can see the color?
Dark. No. Not black. Not all black. But darker. Like dark brown. Not solid black.
Just relax, take a deep breath. Exhale, feeling very relaxed, very at ease. Can you tell how long his hair is? If he has it neatly cut, neatly trimmed.
I see it to his shoulders.
Okay. Just relax, take a deep breath. Exhale. Feeling very at ease, very relaxed. In a moment, Jill, I'm going to ask you to concentrate on his face. Focus in on his face. His eyes, his nose, his mouth, his ears, the shape of his face. There's nothing else. Anything else that you might see around him, just focus out on that. You don't need to see that right now. Just his face. Is there anything about his face that you can tell? Just relax.
It turns.
Anytime you feel,
Brown eyes.
I'm sorry,
Brown eyes.
with brown eyes. You're doing fine. Just relax. Anytime you feel any stress or tension, remember you can always press the yellow button, and all that stress and tension will simply go away. Is there anything else about his face that stands out to you? Jill, I want you now to pan down towards his shirt, his upper body. What do you see on the screen now? Relax, take your time. Just pan down a little more towards his legs, his feet.
Can't see
Can't see it.
the card. There.
The card, the bug is in the way. What side of the bug is he on?
On the right side.
Very good. Just relax. Take a deep breath. Relax. In a moment, I'm going to ask you to press the fast forward button just a little bit more. When I count down from 3 to 0, simply press the button and we'll fast forward a little more. 3, 2, 1, and 0. Fast forward a little more. Can you see what the men are doing now? Whenever you're ready, just verbalize and let me know.
When he puts his beard down, gets up and closes the door, and they both walk.
Which way do they want to move down?
They're gonna go to the door. I close it blind.
Very good. Just relax. Take a deep breath. Jill, when you say they go to the door, can you tell which door they go to? Jill, I'm going to count down from 3 to 0. And when I reach the number 0, I just want you to take a deep breath, relax. You want to step deeper into hypnosis. 3, feeling more and more relaxed. 2, 1, and I want you now to just imagine yourself pushing the rewind button just a little bit. We're back now, you're able to see both men, A and B, as they walk towards the door. I want you just to focus and concentrate on their hands. A moment ago you said that they wanted to put the beer back in the car. Do you see anything in their hands now?
It's something. Can't see it.
Can you tell what it looks like? Can you see the color?
Can't see.
Very good. Just relax. Take a deep breath. Relax. Jill, in a moment I'm going to count down from 10 to 0. The further I count, the more and more relaxed you'll feel. 10, 9, 8, feeling more and more relaxed. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, take a deep breath, exhale. 1, and 0. So you're back at the window. You're looking out on the street in front of their house. Do you see anything else other than the bugs that might stick out to you? That's fine. Just relax. Are you able to see the license plate of the bug?
Can't see it.
Yeah.
It's in the driveway.
That's fine. Are there any other cars in the driveway?
Betty's.
Any others on the street in front of Betty's home?
No.
That's fine. Just relax. Joe, in a moment I'm going to count from the number 1 to the number 20. We're almost done here. When I reach the number 20, you'll be fully awake. You'll be here in this office in the present day. The higher that I count, the more and more alert you'll find yourself feeling. When I do reach number 20 and you do open up your eyes, you're going to find that you're going to feel really good about yourself. All the stress and all the tension that you've experienced in the past few weeks has been gone. You will also remember everything that you've said in this session. And you might find yourself being able to recall other things as time goes on. As I said, when I reach number 20, you'll be fully alert. We'll be in this office, the Farmers Branch Police Department. You'll remember everything that was said in this interview. And as I said, you'll be able to recall more things, more events, as time goes on. You'll also find that your body will feel very relaxed, very at ease, and everything is safe and secure for your tension and for your stress. 1, 2, 3, 4, being more and more alert. 5, 6, 7, 8, coming around. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, feeling more and more alert. 15, 16, 17, 18, almost here, 19, and 20. How do you feel?
Like I know everything.
You did good. You did good.
Is that okay?
You did good. Any questions? Anything you'd
You
like to
did
talk
good.
about?
I don't remember the run. Now it seems like he picked something up.
Oftentimes, like I told you before I brought you out with hypnosis, you might find yourself just recalling things, things that might not even have to do with the actual incident itself. You might be at home doing an everyday chore, and something might come to you about that incident or about anything else. It's almost a phenomenon the way it happens, but it does. So that's not uncommon to just to remember something after the fact, after the session. What can you tell me about the session? How did you feel? Did you feel like maybe you were at a light level of hypnosis, maybe a medium? Were you able to tell?
Probably like a medium. Yeah. I didn't feel asleep.
Yeah, you weren't going to.
Mm-hmm.
Feel relaxed, comfortable?
I feel like I could see a lot better.
Anything about the session that might have been uncomfortable for you?
No, I'm just scared now.
I understand.
No. It scares me now that I know what they did, but they didn't at the time.
When we were in the theater and you were sitting in the chair. Were you able to visualize the screen, visualize the chair, the remote control, and all that? Were you able to see all that? Did you push the yellow button at all any time? No? Okay. Anything else you'd like to talk about? Any questions or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay. Well, if anything else comes up, if you remember anything, just call Investigator Baker or any of the other investigators and let them know. You did a good job.
Did I help anything?
He's asking again. He must have nodded. Well, so first of all, I've never watched something like that. So that was just interesting in general. Secondly, while hypnotized, she's still saying, oh, the other guy's hair is like the friend's, long and dark. So even while hypnotized, she's still giving answers that don't match the guy they want to pin this on. And then he's like, whoa, just relax. he like starts reacting to her at certain points where it seems like he doesn't get the answer he wants, with the presumption that she needs to be told to relax, even though she seemed to calmly be stating and describing it was like the friend's hair. It was dark, it was long. Yeah, it was interesting but stupid. Yeah, that too. Definitely that too. YSL Kells, good to see ya. So, while that was up, we're going to finish reading the petition, right? We're going to get back to the petition. That's where we saw the link to this hypnosis video. So we're going to get back to finishing that up. But I think I want to do another stream, like a part 2 of this deep dive, because I don't want to read so much today. But there's 4 other amicus briefs. This is not Jennifer Thompson, the attorney from the Zach Adams case. This is someone who was a victim of a horrendous crime, and the person that was originally prosecuted for it, it was the wrong person. They were exonerated by DNA. And so from her position as a victim, on the receiving end of thinking there was closure, but they really had the wrong person, she's filing a brief as a friend of the court, asking them to consider the impact of such a thing and not righting the wrong. We've got from the Texas Defender Service, we also have Christopher Scott, who was someone that was wrongfully incarcerated, and the Innocence Project helped him. So he's here advocating for what he sees to be similarities with Charles' story. And then we have the American Psychological Association submitting a brief. So again, interesting, like micro, the impact it has on people. We're getting those filings from 2 individuals. You have the perspective of what seems like Texas defense attorneys. And then you're going to have the science, the psychology chiming in. So I think these would be really awesome to do as a part 2 reading, just so you know that's on the table. Also, I looked to see who was responding for the state, and there's Michelle Shelley O'Brien Yeats, the Assistant District Attorney at the Appellate Division of Dallas County District Attorney's Office. I looked and found this, and let's breeze through this real quick. Isn't this interesting? So this was published July-August 2013. This is the Texas District and County Attorneys Association. It's Shelley Yeats, and I'm assuming it's the same person because it says Assistant Criminal District Attorney in Dallas County. So this blog post, penned by her, she's the only named author, is a guide on how the state should respond to an inmate's clemency application with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. So after years of post-conviction litigation in a death penalty case, the trial court finally sets an execution date. Remember, she's speaking to who would be reading this blog. Likely, the death row inmate's petition for certiorari in his federal writ of habeas corpus is either pending or was recently denied. What's next? The application. In most cases, federal habeas counsel files a clemency application with the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles, seeking a recommendation to the governor for a delay of execution, a reprieve, or a commutation of the offender's death sentence to a sentence of life in prison. The clemency application to the board must be filed not later than 21 days prior to the offender's execution date. To calendar the offender's deadline to submit his clemency request, start with the day before the execution date and count back 21 days. If the 21st day falls on a weekend or state holiday, the deadline extends to the next business day. And you know what? This might seem like common sense if you think that you should know this, but think about how many times we see people potentially saying they missed a deadline by a day. So maybe that's smart to spell out. An offender may supplement or amend his application not later than the 15th calendar day before the scheduled execution. The clemency section of the board notifies the district attorney, presiding judge of the court of conviction, county sheriff, and relevant police chief when an offender files a clemency application, specifying the particular relief sought. The notice offers the officials an opportunity to provide a statement of their views regarding the officer's clemency request. The board currently allows trial officials to respond to a clemency application not later than the 15th calendar day prior to the scheduled execution. Now, this is where we're going to get in. How do you respond to this? And the presumption is going to be that the response should all be in opposition. So how do you oppose is really what we're going to see guidance on here. Best practices on how to successfully oppose a clemency petition. A district attorney who wishes to respond to a clemency request may contact the board's clemency administrator prior to the offender's deadline and advise that the district attorney intends to respond to the clemency application if one is filed. The clemency administrator will inform the caller whether it has received notice yet that a clemency application will be filed. Much of the preparation for responding to a clemency application can be done prior to the receipt of the notice. This work overlaps with preparation for any last-minute litigation in the case. Preparation may include review of the trial transcript, if the assigned attorney has not previously worked the case, preparation of a chronology of all state and federal court proceedings, and a summary of the issues raised and addressed by the courts, reviews of the prosecution's trial and post-conviction files, internet search for any websites, blogs, publications, or media outlets associated with the offender. So go look up the free soandso.coms. Review of the inmate's Texas Department of Criminal Justice classification and medical and mental health files, and contact with the victim's family. So isn't this part interesting? Information obtained and maintained by the board of an inmate's executive clemency file is confidential and privileged. The prosecuting attorney, however, may obtain a copy of an offender's clemency application from the board's general counsel under the provisions of 508-313. If the government code. The code sets out what an offender must include in an application for a reprieve. So here, the requirements that they're spelling out, and this is again 2013, so this might be different now, but it's still kind of interesting to see. So, at least at the time of this writing, the offender who's writing the petition for clemency needs to include a statement of the offense, appellate history of the case, legal issues raised in the courts, the grounds upon which a reprieve is requested, and surprisingly, this is quotes, a brief statement of the effect of the prisoner's crime upon the family of the victim. And this is worded as effect of the prisoner's crime. So it's worded as if this letter, like, it seems to me like the offender can't just go and be like, I'm innocent, because they're also required to tell the court about the effect of their crime on the family of the victim. And if you're filing this pro se, you might not understand that distinction and that requirement. And right there, I feel like you give a free pass for your clemency application to be denied. They say the grounds specified in the application may not call upon the board to decide technical questions of law properly presented to the court. Which I would also imagine a lot of pro se litigants might try to do this. Then this Miss Yeats continues and says, be creative. A clemency response should be written in the form of a letter, not a legal pleading. Although the board members are cognizant of current issues in death penalty litigation, the board may have non-attorney members. Draft your arguments accordingly. The gist of the response to a clemency application is that the district attorney opposes executive clemency to the offender in any form, albeit a delay of execution or a reduction of his sentence. So they're saying right here, it's just assumed that a prosecutor's response to doesn't matter what the application is, who the individual is, what the facts of the case are, it's presumed that it will always be in opposition to any form of grace being extended to the individual. Oppose it all. A clemency response should also briefly describe the offense and respond to the officer's primary grounds for relief. The whole of the response should reassure the board that carrying out this execution serves to further justice in the case. For the assistant district attorney assigned to the case, preparing the clemency response is one of the few prosecutorial tasks that allows for something akin to creative writing. It is the prosecutor's opportunity, hopefully for the last time, to tell the victim's story, to tell that story free of the usual legal formalities, and to seek fulfillment of the jury's verdict. A clemency response should include a description of the facts of the case, but keep it brief. This should not be the rendition of the facts set out in the appellate brief. Tell the story as you would to a lay audience in a less formal manner than a court filing. There is no need to include record or case citations. A responder is not constrained by the trial judge's ruling on admissibility or the evidence the parties chose to present at trial, and may incorporate reliable facts from sources other than the trial record, such as those contained in investigative reports and witness statements not admitted at trial, or information a surviving victim or witness has personally given to the DA's office. The clemency response is an opportunity to do what the prosecution does not always get to do: provide the state's unadulterated view of the case with a little flair where desired. How fun! In addition, we're only writing that we want somebody to die. Have some fun with it. In addition to the facts of the offense, the background portion of the clemency response should include the procedural history of the case and a description of any pending litigation. Again, case citations are not necessary. When possible, develop themes in response to the offender's ground for relief. Common themes in clemency responses might be the offender's lack of remorse or refusal to accept responsibility, the offender is not deserving of mercy, the impact of the offender's heinous acts on family, witnesses, or surviving victims, the offender's continuing future dangerousness, or the victim's family's position on the scheduled execution. Go beyond the trial record and incorporate information developed or obtained post-trial if available. A post-conviction development representative of the extensive impact of the defendant's acts might be, for example, that a child survivor who witnessed his mother being stabbed to death and was injured in the assault required multiple psychiatric hospitalizations as a teen. Frequently, an offender will present a legal issue to the board that was argued at trial or raised on appeal or in a writ. If so, advise the board that this legal issue has been addressed and rejected by the courts and does not warrant relief. If the offender presents a legal issue that is currently pending, advise the board of this. A common tactic is for the offender to present his alleged mitigating issue, such as a history of severe drug addiction or childhood abuse, and ask for mercy on this basis. If he merely duplicates an issue presented to the jury, explain to the board that the jury heard this evidence but did not find the circumstances sufficiently mitigating to warrant a life sentence. Ask the board not to supplement the jury's verdict and to refuse relief on this basis. If the offender was subject to retrial for any reason, remind the board that not just one, but multiple juries heard this evidence and rejected it. For fabricated or baseless 11th hour issues never before raised, isn't this bittersweet? Isn't this bittersweet? We just switched over from a brief where we're hearing that, we get this 11th hour witness identification after hypnosis, but here we are watching prosecutors mocking the presence, the emergence of a baseless 11th hour issue from someone that was convicted. Emphasize to the board that the offender, in for his example, 15 years of post-conviction filings, never saw fit to raise this issue. The clemency response is an opportunity to include fascinating facts or nuances about the case or the offender that you or your predecessors have encountered over the years. The offender may have made statements about the offense or himself in correspondence, to the media, or on the internet. A surviving victim may have provided insightful information about the offense or trial that is not included in the formal record of the case. If this information is relevant to the issues being discussed, share them with the board. Then they've got the executive clemency case report. So as with all writing tasks, it is important to be cognizant of information the audience already possesses about the subject matter. To accomplish this, the DA may obtain the executive clemency case report. We're just going to shorten that to report, which an institutional parole officer prepares for the board for every offender scheduled for execution. Like a clemency application, the report is confidential pursuant to 508.313 of the Government Code, but may be obtained by the prosecuting attorney via a written request to the board's general counsel. An institutional parole officer prepares the report for the board, summarizing the case. The sources of information in compiling the report are listed within and include items and information obtained from the prosecution, court records, the TDCJ records, and contacts, and one thing the prosecution does not have access to, a recent interview with the offender. Reports are extensive and summarize the offender's personal information, criminal and incarceration history, the capital murder, the offender's substance abuse history, physical and mental history, social, marital, and family history, the offender's visitation list, his institutional adjustment, disciplinary violations, the interview and observations by the parole officer, statements by the victim's family members from the victim information sheet, the offender's statement regarding the capital murder, and any verbatim statement by the offender addressed to the board and the governor. The report's an invaluable tool in preparing for a clemency response. From it, the responder can glean what the board already knows about the offender, what to emphasize, and we're talking about gap filling. What gaps to fill, if any? The information the officer reveals in the interview may be particularly useful. The clemency response is an opportunity to shed light on statements the defendant makes in his interview and to refute any last-minute misrepresentations or lies. So the assumption is going to be, anything that we don't know already is going to be a misrepresentation or a lie. In those instances in which the offender was silent in the pretrial phase, never testified, has never discussed his case in jail correspondence, and does not currently trumpet his story on the World Wide Web or the YouTubes, this may be the first time the DA has ever heard his version of the facts, or perhaps his outright denials. If the offender's description of the offense is false, demonstrates his lack of insight into his actions, or proves his lack of remorse, point this out to the board. The responder can develop the presentation of the case, or determine the information to emphasize in light of the report's content. For example, there is no need to provide a detailed recounting of the offender's criminal history or disciplinary incidents while on death row in the clemency response. So basically, don't waste your time. Save your time to be creative and add some flair to it. Certainly, the responder can answer any question the report poses. Or, if the resources relied upon to compile the report do not explain why the offender's extraneous charges or separate indictments related to the capital murder were dismissed, the responder might explain and reassure the board that dismissals were not related to the offender's culpability for those additional crimes. In addition to the interview conducted by the institutional parole officer, an offender may request an in-person interview with a board member in his clemency application. Only the offender, board member, board staff, Texas Department of Criminal Justice staff may be present. If such an interview occurs, it's documented in a report addendum, which, like the original report, is available to the prosecuting attorney pursuant to written request to the board. During the interview, the offender may provide additional materials to the board to be considered in conjunction with the application. The victim's family members may submit letters to the board opposing the offender's clemency request. Although the Clemency Section and Victim Services Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice coordinate submission of letters by the victims' families, due to the short turnaround required, the prosecutor may want to inform the family ahead of time of the opportunity to respond. Do not share a copy of the application with the family, however, due to its confidential nature. Board members usually vote on an offender's clemency application at 1 p.m. 2 days before the scheduled execution. In response to a request for commutation, the board may only 1. Recommend to the governor the commutation of the death sentence to a lesser penalty. 2. Not recommend commutation. Or 3. Set the matter for a hearing pursuant to Title 37, Section 143.43 of the Administrative Code. In response to a request for a reprieve, so, give us some delay or time, the board may only recommend to the governor a reprieve from execution. 2. Not recommend a reprieve. Or 3. Recess the proceedings without a decision if the governor has granted a reprieve or a court has granted a stay of execution. After the vote occurs, the board will provide the DA, presiding judge, sheriff, and police chief with a notice indicating the result of the vote. The board will include a summary listing the voting members by name and how each member voted. Possibility of reprieve without a recommendation. This is supposed to be a header, it's just not bolded. Even absent a recommendation from the board for a delay of commutation of a sentence, the offender may seek a 30-day reprieve directly from the governor. To be available to answer any questions the governor or his staff has about the case, contact the governor's office of the general counsel and inquire which assistant general counsel is assigned to the case. Ask the assistant general counsel to notify the DA's office if the offender requests a reprieve and offer to answer any questions that arise. Let's see. And in conclusion, a reprieve of execution or commutation of sentence is an act of clemency or grace, which the governor may grant upon recommendation of the Board of Pardons and Paroles. Without such a recommendation, the governor may still grant an inmate scheduled for execution 1 30-day reprieve. Although there is no requirement for a district attorney to respond to an inmate's request for clemency, a response provides the prosecutor with an opportunity to advise the board why the offender is not deserving of grace and to honor the victim or victims and the jury's verdict. A DA's participation in the clemency process is furthermore an informative vehicle through which to learn about the offender's latest strategies or interpretation of his case, which may foreshadow or outright reveal the claims the offender plans to file in last-minute litigation, including potentially a subsequent writ of habeas corpus. In such an instance, the prosecutor's work on the clemency response can be applied to the upcoming task of opposing last-minute litigation. Conversely, a clemency application lacking new issues or claims may indicate the offender and his counsel have simply run out of maneuvers. So there we go, you guys. And you can let me know if you're like, oh, this is too much of a side story. I'm not interested in stuff like this. But I don't really have a depth of knowledge about how the clemency process works. I'm assuming there's some nuances between states. And an extra angle that I think is interesting is this kind of reminds me of Fulton County's DA Dispatch. We were reading those newsletters that had that little law corner section in each issue. And the law corner section, every issue, they would take like tough area for prosecutors to navigate and tell them how to color inside the lines or maybe color outside of it, but only just enough that nobody would notice. Like, oh, you can't just go into somebody's cell and seize what an inmate might have in their cell. But if a fight breaks out in the cell and there's exigent circumstances and enforcement has to go into their cell and break up the stuff and they see something while they're in there, now you're good. Like, that's the type of stuff that used to be in the Fulton County public DA Dispatch newsletters. And this kind of reminds me of that, although much longer and much more in depth. So we're gonna get back to this brief. I don't know if you guys had any thoughts about this. Yeah, okay, this is where we were in the brief, because this is where we saw the footnote with the link to the hypnosis. Jay Dubness says this is creepy, not gonna lie. Yeah, right? And it was used to convict somebody. Like, death penalty severity. So, let's see. We've got... Moses is making tacos. Let's see. Let me see what Adventure Aaron's saying, because I'm sure a lot of context that would be relevant here for clemency process. So, responding to Shan Pickle, most states don't. They typically only provide counsel for direct appeals, and after that, the conviction is final, and counsel is not provided for any form of post-conviction relief. So again, all those criteria to write to the board and anything to get to that stage, probably doing it on your own. And it seems like there is a lot just from that brief criteria we saw spelled out in that blog post that a pro se litigant might overlook. It might do the opposite of what's instructed. So, by non-attorney members, she means law enforcement. And if the victim's family now supports clemency, don't worry about it. Just include a statement they made 10 years ago before any DNA testing was done and 2 other stays were granted. And this is exactly, I can picture it. I can picture that being the exact advice. Like, the idea of getting creative, again, the whole framework for that post we just read was in the direction of opposing clemency only. It's like it isn't even an option on the table to be kind of neutral. Or maybe to go like, well, we'd still recommend it because it was a jury's decision, and then not take a stronger stance. By all accounts, to me reading that, my impression is, here's how you do it well to make sure you absolutely make the best, prettiest story to convince that board of 15 to kill somebody. So, to be the best advocate for death you can be. I see lots of food talk. I'm hungry looking at the chat. Man. Created by EJS's Greg Abbott has commuted 1 death sentence back in 2018. And then that was the first since 2007. Jesus. Crazy. Adventure Aaron says, we don't even have a board, we just have the governor. There's only one option. Yeah, and that's the same... Yeah, I don't know. I would not want my hands to be, my future to be in the hands of just a governor. I want all options available, even if none of the other options necessarily have a good shot to hear me out. And again, we just saw the commutation for Sunny Burton. Kay Ivey, that's the second time now that she's commuted a sentence. Or, well, she's really just reduced it, just so you know. It's not like commuting the whole thing. She's reducing his sentence down to life without parole. So it's not like, oh, everything's off the table. It's merely, and I say merely because I don't think it's a big deal to take somebody, if we're not sure about something, just take the death penalty off the table and put them in the box of life without parole. If you don't have 100% certainty, it really shouldn't be that hard to find a pathway to switch someone from that box to another box. So, Mofka says, my state was based as usual. My state has never had the death penalty. First state to abolish it. I'm jealous. Awesome. I'm in Florida, so you guys can probably imagine. It's kind of like a competition, I think, down here. So we must have been here. This is where the footnote was for this copy of this video. So, oh wait, let's read the footnote. Well, let's read the paragraph. Let's get back reoriented. The trial court overruled the defense's objection. This is when they wanted to object because of her identification. And Miss Barganier was allowed to tell the jury a dramatic tale about locking eyes with the Volkswagen passenger, something she had never said before. And this came from this video. The video of the hypnosis session was not played in court. Thereafter, the recording that was supposed to be part of the official record on appeal, quote, disappeared from the clerk's record after being checked out by trial prosecutor Jason January. Now, I Googled him while we were watching the hypnosis session. He seems to be in... No, my phone thinks I just asked it to Google something. My search history is going to be crazy. He seems to be in private practice, but on his website, he lists 9 cases as, like, I guess, what he wants to showcase on his profile. And one of them is this Charles Don Flores case that we're reading about here. It also lists different classes he teaches, and it looks like he either is or has taught several classes on ethics and prosecution. That's Mr. January. Counsel retained copies, but it is unclear if or when the Court of Appeals obtained and or reviewed the video. A digitized copy may be accessed here, and that's what we watched, and then a transcript of the hypnosis session is in the appendix with this brief. So that's an interesting extra detail I almost missed in that footnote. Her direct exam ended as follows. Question. And in seeing this person here today in court, can you tell the court how sure you are that is him? 100%. In the redirect examination, she doubled down, claiming to be over 100% sure. That's different than your prior testimony. The jury did not hear how Miss Barganier had gone from her initial description of a white male with long dirty hair, who looked similar to Childs, to claiming to be over 100% sure she'd seen Flores, an overweight Hispanic male with short shaved hair, who looked nothing like the thin, intravenous drug user Childs. In his closing arguments, the state attempted to downplay the credibility issues with many of its witnesses, instead highlighting Barganier's testimony as compelling and credible, which means that this is a significant witness by the prosecution's own statements. You know, if they're emphasizing something in closing, the prosecutors themselves are kind of indirectly conceding how important such piece of evidence or testimony is to securing a conviction. Defense counsel, flustered and, quote, disgusted by having Mrs. Barganier's identification sprung on them out of left field, then seemed to throw in the towel. Oh, we have a footnote here. Trial counsel has recently explained, what I meant was, if they believed the state's theory that Charles Flores was there with Richard Childs, there was still no evidence that anyone went into the Black's house planning to kill anybody. But I see how my words could be misconstrued as me conceding that Charles Flores was there, which was not something he ever conceded. In fact, Charles vehemently denied involvement. But I was thrown off by the hypnotized witness and the rest of it, and was just trying to find some way he might be spared a capital conviction and thus the death penalty. Damn. That sucks. The jury returned a guilty verdict. The state's punishment presentation began immediately afterwards. When it was the defense's turn, counsel rested without putting on any punishment phase witnesses. We have a footnote that says, according to the trial attorney's recent disclosures, quote, plainly, we had gone into trial thinking there was a fighting chance because we had no plan for a punishment phase case. I look back on that and find it hard to believe we put on no witnesses to try to get a life sentence. Flores was sentenced to death. The initial appeals. Counsel was appointed to pursue a direct appeal. The sufficiency of evidence supporting the conviction was challenged, but the Court of Appeals affirmed. The Court of Appeals' opinions includes a number of misstatements regarding the evidentiary record amassed at trial, but the Court of Appeals was not alerted. The docket suggests an untimely motion for rehearing of some kind was filed, but the mandate issued the same day. Flores' initial state habeas counsel spent most of his limited time on the case trying to withdraw. And the lawyer who was supposed to replace him never even picked up the record until he was held in contempt. The initial habeas application that was filed, after a rare extension in response to a desperate pro se request, consisted mostly of large block quotations from case law. No competent evidence was attached. The claims as pled were not cognizable in habeas posture. Oh, they're going to say he exhausted his only opportunity with this not even cognizable filing? Oh, man. The state filed an answer, attaching affidavits from the 4 principal lawyers involved in trying the case. We've got a footnote. Flores' lead defense counsel has disavowed the affidavit the state attributed to him. Nothing was served on Flores. So, state files an answer with these 4 affidavits. Nothing was served on Flores, who had been abandoned by his counsel. Service was only made on an attorney who never appeared or did any work on the case. Flores did not even know that his trial attorneys had supposedly provided affidavits supporting the state until years later when he was appointed federal habeas counsel. At that time, he had no means to rebut the assertions in those affidavits. The convicting court and then the Court of Appeals had long since denied relief without hearing of any kind. Thereafter, Flores was denied relief in federal court as well, with the state relying on long quotations from the Court of Appeals decision in the direct appeal, purporting to describe the evidence of guilt that had been adduced at trial and also quoting the 2001 attorney affidavits, which had never been admitted into evidence or subjected to adversarial testing. And with the footnote here, we can now say that one person's like, hey, that's not even my affidavit. I dispute that. This is crazy. Yeah, he got hosed on the attorneys. Crazy. It's like we go through these cases, and in my head, I'm like, oh my god, this is worse than the last thing we just read. And then within it, I'm like, this is worse than the last detail we just read. Like, it just... Like, how has this been okay? And you would think, like, oh... things were pretty crappy 20 years ago. Well, let's get it right now. We're like, no, we might make a new law, but we're not going to let it be retroactive. All right, next section, you guys. We have Flores' repeated attempts to access the state courts to prove his innocence. So we've got the first attempt to rely on Article 11-73. In 2016, when Flores was poised to be executed, Richard Childs was paroled after serving a fraction of his sentence. Mere days before Flores' scheduled execution, the Court of Appeals granted a stay and remanded a single claim, that under Article 11-73, the 2000 changed science law, he was entitled to a new trial because the state had relied on since-discredited science to put an unreliable, hypnotically induced identification before the jury in violation of his constitutional rights. In a concurrence, Judge Newell noted, I cannot imagine the concerns regarding suggestive eyewitness identification evaporate when eyewitness testimony is enhanced through hypnotism. Given the subject matter, by granting a stay, this court acknowledges that whatever we do, we owe a clear explanation for our decision to the citizens of Texas. Then that clear explanation never came. After Flores was appointed new counsel to litigate the hypnosis claim, counsel pursued long-missing discovery and met with fierce resistance. When an evidentiary hearing on the hypnosis claim commenced, Flores' counsel apprised the court that they were uncovering Brady evidence they wished to develop in the hearing. But state's counsel objected, arguing that such evidence was not relevant to the hypnosis issue. Counsel for the state then moved to strike most of Flores' witness list, including members of the narcotics unit who had been involved in the murder investigation, child's accomplice Jackie Roberts, lead prosecutor Jason January, and lead trial counsel Bradley Lawler. Not a Lawler. We have Lawley and we have Lawler. The habeas judge granted the state's request, preventing Flores from developing or presenting any of the Brady evidence discovered after the remand. So, yeah. You can't call any of these people at the hearing. So, pretend we didn't just read this paragraph, right? A lot of us are not lawyers. We're blessed to have some lawyers that venture into our chat and hang out with us. But myself, and I feel like I can't be alone, if you tell me, hey, we want to have like this post-conviction relief hearing, something was remanded back, a court's going to give us a hearing on one particular issue, the Court of Appeals sent backwards. In your mind, based on the context we've heard about this case, you would think, well, of course we're going to want to hear from the trial prosecutor. Of course we're going to want to hear from the lady who said that she gave the information to Flores that there was money hidden in the home. Of course we're going to want to hear to all these people that we weren't able to know about and confront and tell the jury about during the trial that convicted Flores. And yet all of these people, after the state's request to strike, can't be called for the purpose of this hearing. It just seems contrary to common sense on what would constitute a worthwhile hearing. A fair and worthwhile hearing. Flores' hypnosis expert in the habeas proceeding was the preeminent authority on the relationship between hypnosis and memory, Dr. Stephen Lynn. So we got a footnote here. Dr. Lynn was a distinguished professor at the State University of New York at Binghamton, a higher rank than full professor, awarded based on his significant contributions to the field of psychological science. He published extensively in the fields of hypnosis, pseudoscience, and psychology, served on several editorial boards for academic journalists, and conducted numerous laboratory studies specifically on hypnosis and memory. Dr. Lynn testified that many psychologists in the 70s and 80s had believed that hypnosis could be used effectively as a memory retrieval tool, but that belief was later undermined by laboratory studies conducted by scientists like Dr. Lynn. Dr. Lynn explained that nothing about hypnosis session conducted on Miss Sparganier would have produced reliable memory retrieval, but instead tampered with her memory and instilled a false sense that she could remember more later. He also opined that virtually everything attested to in the 1999 Zanny hearing in Flores' case was inconsistent with contemporaneous scientific understanding of how human memory works. After the evidentiary hearing, both parties submitted proposed findings of fact and conclusions of law to the habeas court to consider in making its recommendation to the Court of Appeals, the ultimate arbiter. A year later, Flores received a copy of the habeas court's findings. Is anybody surprised by this next line? I feel like I saw it coming, just by this little pretext. The court adopted the state's proposal verbatim. Let's see. Counsel for Flores filed lengthy objections to the findings with the Court of Appeals, who never ruled upon them. The habeas court recommended that the Court of Appeals deny Flores a new trial, finding his scientific evidence was previously available because Dr. Lynn had testified about some of his early research in an August 1999 civil trial in Wisconsin. So you could have called Dr. Lynn. He was over there in Wisconsin. You should have known about him then. Even though the hypnosis thing was sprung on trial counsel mid-trial, to the point where it made them throw in the towel. So, not only are you supposed to know that some guy is testifying about something similar in Wisconsin, but you're also supposed to know that the subject matter is going to become relevant in the middle of trial at the last second, and somehow know that you should have this guy disclosed and available to testify. That's how we got to do this. So, we've got, because Dr. Lynn testifies in Wisconsin, yet Flores had been tried months early. Oh my god, it's not even chronologically. It's not even a good logical finding. So Flores' trial is before this Wisconsin thing. So he, Flores, an indigent defendant, along with appointed counsel, were blindsided by Miss Barganier's post-hypnosis claim that she was prepared to identify him mid-trial. The Zanny hearing was conducted on the fly the next morning with no opportunity for the defense to obtain an expert. In short, at trial, Flores was in no position to know of Dr. Lynn, who would testify for the first time a few months after Flores was sent to death row. Like, none of this just sits right. But they just said, oh, well, you could have done it. And that's where it ended. It defies common sense. Oh, man. Also, thank you for the super here, Mr. Chris Gloss, saying I love this topic. So do we. Well, so do I. I mean, maybe there's someone sitting here watching in the chat that's like, I don't even like this topic. I'm just here. I'm just here so I don't get fined. Thank you so much for the generous super. I'm glad you're enjoying this topic. I'm glad I'm not alone in, like, you know, let's just do a quick stream and then can't stop because I want to see what the next word says. So we've got the findings acknowledge that Dr. Lynn's testimony in the habeas proceedings profoundly contradicted the opinions presented at the 1990 Zanny hearing. The findings admitted, for instance, that Dr. Lynn had offered uncontroverted testimony that, quote, Barganier's testimony has since been conclusively determined as scientifically unsound and would not have been admissible today. That, quote, new studies have discredited the scientific community's understanding that hypnosis does not elicit false memories. That new studies have demonstrated the plasticity of hypnotically induced memories. That new studies show that hypnosis, even without leading questions, can create false memories. New studies show hypnosis creates memories about highly emotional events that change over time. That hypnosis is not a reliable means of refreshing memory, and in this case, the use of hypnosis in the testimony rendered in the Flores matter were so fundamentally flawed. The dubiousness of Miss Barganier's in-court eyewitness identification was unmistakable. Yet the findings relied on Zanny v. State and its progeny as controlling law in Texas, which allowed post-hypnosis testimony. On that basis, too, the habeas court recommended denying Flores a new trial. Thereafter, the Court of Appeals, and I still can't get over, so if we're supposed to accept hypnosis as being some type of science, when it was being accepted as science, you would still think that it's done in a controlled fashion with someone that's experienced, and there's checks and balances. You're trying to still apply a scientific approach. You don't just say, well, hypnosis is a thing, so we'll call anything hypnosis. And in this particular case, we have the context that Miss Barganier, her hypnosis session was conducted by this parole officer hypnotist who took a class 2 years earlier and had never done a hypnosis session with somebody before. With this particular witness, that was his first time, and then he never did one again, which even if hypnosis hasn't been rejected as like junk forensic science, that still doesn't seem like, if we accept at face value that it is science, that doesn't seem like a scientifically way to conduct hypnosis. So, oh man. So, let's see. Court of Appeals adopts the findings, and remember those findings, they had adopted verbatim the state's writing without qualification and issued an opinion denying relief. So I think this is where we're getting to the illusory nature of you could ask for relief. We're starting to build, nobody's ever really heard and given independent findings, specified findings on why we're denying these things. Almost immediately thereafter, the state endeavored but failed to set an execution date. Thereafter, the district attorney's office released some pages from Child's parole records and parts of former prosecutor January's personnel file. The latter does not reveal why his employment was suddenly terminated in late 2000. Soon after formalizing a sweetheart plea deal with Childs, in which he confessed to shooting Mrs. Black, Child's parole records, however, revealed for the first time that he was the son of a police officer. So they don't know this until the parole records. He's on parole because of this plea deal. And then they don't find out until parole records are accessed that he was the son of a police officer. Specifically, whose department had assisted with the Black murder investigation in multiple ways, about which scant records have ever been produced. So they obviously didn't know this stuff at trial. Meanwhile, like, there's always something extra. It never stops at just being bad and ridiculous. Meanwhile, concerns about the Flores case inspired a state senator to pursue a change in Texas law over the course of 2 legislative sessions. So that's what we looked at earlier. They're citing here a Texas bans testimony based on police investigative hypnosis in criminal trials from the Dallas Morning News. That is a June 20th, 2023 article. And they link to it here. I added this brief while we were playing the hypnosis session video. I also added this Flores' petition here that we're reading to the description. Oh, why are all these things page not found? Yeah, so that link looks dead, but you know, you could probably search Dallas News and then Texas bans evidence based on police and see if it comes up. In short, Texas law now recognizes that subjecting witnesses to investigative hypnosis is contrary to the contemporary scientific consensus regarding the nature of memory, as attested to in Flores' 2017 evidentiary hearing. So, and remember, we don't have specified findings from the courts that heard this. They just, oh, we're gonna accept whatever the state wrote out verbatim. We're just gonna pass it along. Flores ultimately urged the Court of Appeals to reconsider its previous denial relief on the hypnosis junk science claim because the findings it had adopted relied on Zanny, law that had been superseded. He also pointed to copious new evidence Flores had expressly been prevented from developing during the 2017 evidentiary hearing, because all the witnesses were stricken, which showed that Mrs. Barganier's unreliable identification had been material to his conviction. Moreover, he showed that the findings, drafted by state's counsel and adopted wholesale by the courts, reflected long-standing significant errors in the legal/factual sufficiency analysis first undertaken in the 2001 direct appeal decision, causing a long-standing misconception about this case. In response, Flores received a postcard notice that the applicant's suggestion for reconsideration has been denied without written order. All right, next we've got the second attempt to rely on Article 11.073 and prove innocence. So Flores filed a second subsequent application for habeas corpus relief, which included 2 new change science claims under 73, as well as claims of rampant Brady violations, false testimony, and actual innocence under 71(5)(a). The 826-page subsequent habeas application was supported by 11 volumes of evidentiary proffers, including previously unavailable evidence. The latter included evidence of multiple undisclosed promises of leniency made to prosecution witnesses that had been suppressed and had taken Flores' counsel monumental efforts to unearth. So they're not just like, oh, we barely looked at the discovery folder. They really had to try to find these different things. Multiple instances of undisclosed promises of leniency. The voluminous new evidence established that, but for the unreliable identification testimony from the hypnotized witness, Flores would not have been convicted. The Court of Appeals responded with a 3-page order devoid of analysis, dismissing the entire application expressly without reviewing the merits of the claims raised. Yet, Flores was... Oh, okay, so... That wasn't just a characterization we read earlier. They said, the Court of Appeals, they themselves said we're dismissing this application without reviewing the merits. Yet Flores was relying on evidence that, indisputably, had not been available when his previous application was filed in 2016, and he had pled an innocence claim. So there's 2 reasons why, just procedurally, they're supposed to look at the merits. Third attempt to rely on Article 11.073 and prove innocence. After his previous attempt to prove his innocence was deemed procedurally barred, a new scientific consensus about when eyewitness identifications are and are not reliable solidified. Based on this new consensus and other previously unavailable evidence, Flores filed a 3rd subsequent habeas application, again relying on Article 11.073 and again raising an actual innocence claim. Flores' newest science includes a report from a leading expert in eyewitness memory, explaining the new consensus in the field and how that consensus, applied to long-suppressed facts about Miss Barganier's initial descriptions of someone who looked nothing like Flores, is highly exculpatory. the new consensus holds that the most reliable test of a witness's memory is the first test conducted early in a police investigation. In Flores' case, within days of the crime, when contamination was minimized, Mrs. Barganier's memory was tested 3 different ways. By recall, she provided a description. By reproduction, she made a composite sketch. And by recognition, she looked at faces in a photo lineup, one of which was Flores's. And remember, she does not identify him at this point in time. She's able to identify Childs with an older picture, where his hair is different. But she does not identify Flores when she's initially shown a photo lineup of Flores' picture. Even though the photo lineup was steered and improperly configured, where his is the picture your eyes want to go to. The expert who helped forge, and if you tuned in late, that's actually contained in the beginning of this brief, so either rewind or you can pull up the brief in the description, and those pictures are all included in this petition. So the expert who helped forge the new scientific consensus, Dr. John Wicks explain that the results of all 3 memory tests point strongly in the direction of Flores' innocence. On the recall test, the witness described the offender as a white male with shoulder-length hair. On the reproduction test, she made a composite sketch of a white male with shoulder-length hair, and on the recognition test, she excluded Flores, a Hispanic male with short-shaved hair, by rejecting his photo array. So, Flores, and take care, Great Granny. Good to see you. Have a great weekend. So Flores' new evidence also includes significant admissions from his appointed trial counsel, describing the trial by ambush circumstances in Dallas County during the era when Flores was prosecuted and material information that had been withheld from the defense. That evidence is supplemented by an analysis by an expert in wrongful convictions. From a law enforcement perspective, identifying the overwhelming number of red flags in this case. Those red flags go far beyond the stunning fact that officials buried the hypnotized witnesses' initial descriptions of the perpetrators, showing that, when her memory was fresh, the very morning of the murder, she described having seen 2 white males with long dirty hair who looked similar, a description utterly inconsistent with Flores' appearance. The evidence of misconduct includes proof that the lead trial prosecutor lied to both, who still has this case featured on his website. Oh man, the world we live in. So, the evidence of misconduct includes proof that the lead trial prosecutor lied to both the judge and the jury about the circumstances of this eyewitness's failed attempt to pick a recent image of Flores out of a photo lineup, about the efforts to manipulate this witness in the wake of a uniquely improper hypnosis session, and about the multiple undisclosed deals the prosecutor made with highly compromised witnesses to try to implicate Flores in Mrs. Black's death, absent any DNA, fibers, ballistics, or latent prints placing him at the scene. Just 4 months after he filed it, Flores' application was again dismissed without explanation and without consideration of the merits. The Court of Appeals claimed to have reviewed the applicant's application and concluded that it does not satisfy the requirements of Article 11.071, Section 5, and thus was dismissing, quote, without reviewing the merits of the claims raised. There is no indication, however, that the Court of Appeals conducted the totality of evidence review required by Article 11.071, Section 5 in the innocence context, which would include the entire record developed in the post-conviction evidentiary hearing on the hypnosis claim, the 11 volumes of evidentiary proffers supporting the second 826-page habeas application, and all of the proffers attached to the most recent habeas application, which collectively support Flores' innocence claim. All right, so why should SCOTUS grant this petition? After all that, what are the reasons? So the Court of Appeals violated Flores' federal right? So now we've got to shift back to, well, if the states have these avenues, why should SCOTUS step in? Like, how would that not be SCOTUS stepping over their own bounds? So the Court of Appeals violated Flores' federal right to due process by arbitrarily barring access to state-created vehicles to prove his innocence, so it's like they don't exist. Once a right is established through state law, a deprivation of the right implicates federal procedural due process protection, a federal question repeatedly entertained by this court. See Skinner v. Switzer. And so this is cool. So this is completely foreign territory for me. I don't know these cases. So it's cool to see that, like, I wouldn't even know if they've considered stuff like this before. You feel like they have to, but There's nothing that exists that's similar enough. So now we're getting some context there. So they say Skinner v. Switzer. They've got District Attorney's Office for the 3rd Judicial District v. Osborne. They've got Wilkinson v. Austin. They have the Ohio Adult Parole Authority v. Woodard. We have the Cleveland Board of Education v. Lutermill. So then they say with Article 11.071, 5A2, Texas codified the schlup gateway, giving prisoners a right to prove their innocence in subsequent habeas proceedings. In adopting Article 11.073, Texas gave prisoners the right to establish that a wrongful conviction was obtained using subsequently discredited scientific evidence. In Flores' case and many others, the Texas Court of Appeals has nullified these state-created vehicles by gratuitously barring credibly innocent prisoners on death row from proving their innocence. So you have a way to prove your innocence, but we're not going to let you use it. This court should grant cert to clarify that the constitutional guarantee of due process prohibits state courts from employing arbitrary or irrational procedures to foreclose even making the case of innocence. Then we've got Morrissey v. Brewer. This is going back to 1972. Since the touchstone of due process is protection of the individual against arbitrary action of government. And Wolf v. McDonnell, clarification is needed for this most dire circumstance. A death sentence prisoner fighting for the right to prove his innocence in court, as state law allows, based on a mass of evidence unavailable when he was tried. And by massive evidence, we're echoing what these cases must say, but we heard them spell out the voluminous record that was essentially ignored by the Court of Appeals. So we've got Texas has expressly created avenues to process innocence claims in a subsequent habeas posture. This court has not definitively decided that a freestanding claim of actual innocence is a cognizable basis for federal habeas relief. So we've got Herrera v. Collins referring to an assumed right. And I think I've seen this case in other habeas petitions that make it to, like, the cert petitions to SCOTUS. I do feel like I see this case a lot, unless it's a different Herrera v. Collins. This one's familiar. So this is referring to an assumed right that in a capital case, a truly persuasive demonstration of actual innocence made after trial would render the execution of a defendant unconstitutional and warrant federal habeas relief if there were no state avenue open to process such a claim. So footnote here. This court concluded that the facts of Herrera did not establish that he was actually innocent and thus denied relief on that basis. And then they also say, see House v. Bell, assuming without deciding the existence of a freestanding innocence claim and permitting freestanding innocence claim to move forward. So there, the reason, the distinguishing factor is they just didn't find there to be the claim of innocence. But soon after Herrera, a Texas death penalty case, the Texas Court of Appeals concluded that incarceration or execution of the actually innocent violates the federal constitution. So this is now Holmes v. Court of Appeals and Ex parte Elizondo. Recognizing that innocent people have been convicted and sentenced to death, the Texas legislature has enacted 2 procedural vehicles to give death sentence prisoners with innocence claims a means to return to court after all mandatory appeals have been exhausted. So now we're going to read about the schlup. So Section 5A2 codified schlup. The first vehicle that Texas created, and which Flores sought to utilize below, is Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article 11.071, Section 5A2. There, the Court of Appeals is directed to authorize claims raised in a subsequent habeas application by a death sentence prisoner where, by a preponderance of the evidence, this is in quotes, but for a violation of the United States Constitution, no rational juror could have found the applicant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's Texas Code of Criminal Procedure. Again, that's 11.071, 5A2. Court of Appeals has observed that in 5A2, or the 5A2 mirrors that for bringing successive writ applications in federal habeas review of state convictions under schlup. So the case is Schlup v. Dello. That's where we're getting schlup, or schloop. And then Ex parte Davis and Ex parte Reed. And that's describing 5A2 as a codification of the Supreme Court's Schlup v. Dello standard. Okay, cool. Now I get why. So we're adopting something that SCOTUS decided. So schlup comes from SCOTUS, and then there's a Texas Court of Criminal Appeals case that adopts and says that Section 582 is basically the Schlupp standard. So the Court of Appeals has further noted that in federal court, the Schlupp exception to the general bar against subsequent habeas applications operates to protect against the kind of miscarriage of justice that would result from the execution of a person who's actually innocent. The exception seeks to balance the societal interest in finality, comity, and conservation of scarce judicial resources with the individual interest in justice that arises in the extraordinary case. So that's some Schlupp. I like the Schlupp standard. Under Schlupp, once a prisoner makes a showing of innocence so strong that a court cannot have confidence in the outcome of the trial, then, unless the court is also satisfied that the trial was free of non-harmless constitutional error, the petitioner should be allowed to pass through the gateway and argue the merits of his underlying claims. So, Texas court adopts this from the SCOTUS case Schlupp. And the wording is that the petitioner should be allowed to pass through the gateway and at least argue the merits of the underlying claims. So you guys can see where this is going. So we've got, let's see. Okay, yeah, okay. And Adventure Aaron's like, it's the same Herrera case. It's pretty common. Yeah, I knew that one. I don't even remember from where, but it just seemed to ring a bell. And not just be like one of the names was familiar. So there was that one case that we were reading so many of those YSL motions and they kept relying on the same. There was a King case that a lot of the YSL motions relied on. There was one that kept coming up. It was like getting tiresome to keep reading as a citation. But I started to like just have that citation memorized. So we've got the Schlupp gateway does not require proof positive that the verdict would have been different, which is an impossible standard. The burden is to establish that, in light of new evidence, it is more likely than not that no reasonable juror would have found petitioner guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And that's again quoting Schlupp. This is all coming from Schlupp. So if we're adopting Schlupp at the Texas Court of Appeals, then it seems like this process that Flores has gone through under this standard, it should go differently. And then they say, this is the Reed case that's cited within. We must then decide how reasonable jurors who were properly instructed would react to the overall newly supplemental record. Quoting House. To make the necessary showing, an applicant need only to show that he likely would not have been convicted based upon the totality of now available evidence. Once that showing is made, claims of constitutional error are supposed to be reviewed too. Importantly, 5A2 does not require that all evidence relied on could have been discovered sooner or impose any other quasi-lache requirements. Hold on, I don't know that. I gotta look that up. How do we pronounce this? Alright, so laches or lache is a legal doctrine that refers to a lack of diligence. Oh boy, we're gonna use that all the time, aren't we? Lack of diligence in asserting a legal claim, particularly in equitable claims. It's often invoked when a party unreasonably delays in pursuing their rights, which can prejudice the opposing party. All right, so there's a little bit on that. Additionally, at the pleading stage, which Section 5 addresses, Texas law does not require clear and convincing evidence, but only evidentiary proffers that show by a preponderance of the evidence, but for a violation of the United States Constitution, no rational juror could have found the applicant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. As one member of the current Court of Appeals has acknowledged, the preponderance standard is supposed to be easy. Oh, that's so funny. Earlier in the stream, I'm like, I don't want to say preponderance is easy because I'm sure it's not, but it's like easier than beyond a reasonable doubt. And here we actually have in quotes that the Court of Appeals, one member of the current Court of Appeals, has acknowledged that it's actually supposed to be easy. So we've got, let's see. This is Justice Yeary, who's describing the preponderance of the evidence standard as easy to meet. In short, determining whether Section 5A2 is satisfied in any Texas death penalty appeal in which it is invoked should require the same analysis described in Schlupp. Flores relied on Section 5A2 below, as he was seeking permission to exercise the right to prove his innocence and violations of the U.S. Constitution that enabled his wrongful conviction. The Texas Court of Appeals did not acknowledge this fact. All right, so then we've got Article 11.073, lowered the burden for innocence claims with a focus on changed forensic science. In response to a series of scandals, exposés, and exonerations related to unreliable forensic science, in 2013, the Texas legislature passed Senate Bill 344, later codified as Texas Code of Criminal Procedure, Article, we're just going to say 73, and amended in 2015 to make it even more accessible. Let's see. And the Texas Defender Service, who filed an amicus brief, which maybe we'll get together tomorrow and read, an unfulfilled promise assessing the efficacy of Article of 73. So they've done a lot of like legal writing and analysis on this, it seems. 73 is colloquially known as the junk science law. Cool, we're going to call it that. But importantly, there is no burden to prove that trial testimony was junk science. The junk science law applies to relative scientific evidence that, 1, was not available to be offered by a convicted person at the convicted person's trial, or 2, contradicts scientific evidence relied on by the state at trial. So that's what the junk science law says. Death sentence prisoners must also comply with procedural requirements in 71. So the junk science law was expressly enacted to make it easier for innocent people convicted using problematic forensic evidence, to obtain relief from wrongful convictions. In one of the death penalty cases that spurred the Texas legislature to act, the evidence of scientific change was no more than the opinion of a single medical examiner, who, based on the evolution of her own thinking, concluded that she would now characterize the manner of a child's death as undetermined instead of homicide. So, I don't know, they don't really get into the specifics of that case. But I think the point they're making here is one person's change of view is enough. It doesn't need to be like 95% of the scientific community is up in arms about something. Before the junk science law, there was no mechanism to address situations where scientific advancements and evolving expert opinions showed that the evidence used to obtain a conviction had been destabilized. Before the junk science law, post-conviction relief for the innocent was only available to Texas prisoners who could prove a legal claim of actual innocence, which the Code of Appeals describes as Herculean evidentiary burden. In a recent statement regarding denial of cert in McCrory v. Alabama, so we've got a SCOTUS case, Justice Sotomayor acknowledged problems with the adequacy of current post-conviction remedies to correct a conviction secured by what we now know as faulty science. Additionally, Justice Sotomayor noticed that several states, led by Texas, so this is italicized here, they're including this quote and emphasizing, led by Texas, have already tackled this troubling problem through targeted post-conviction statutes. So, she was indeed correct that Texas was the first state to enact a specific procedural vehicle for prisoners to use to challenge wrongful convictions by showing changes in scientific understanding. However, to date, no one sentenced to death in Texas has yet succeeded in using the new law to obtain a new trial, despite more than satisfying the procedural requirements delineated in the state law. So this is pretty interesting, I think. Yeah. It's like, hey, we're not going to hear the petition because states are already dealing with this on their own. And now it's illusory, the way the states are dealing with it. So, kind of challenges the reason that a petition in another case wasn't taken up. So, there's a footnote. We've got, let's see. The denial of every junk science law claim raised in Texas death penalty cases, despite robust evidentiary support, is a pattern that has not changed since the Texas Defender Service published its report, even though this inexplicable statistic was the subject of legislative hearings in October of 2024, focused on the glaring failure to award another credibility innocent death row prisoner, Robert Roberson, relief, who was then facing imminent execution. And I believe that was Shaken Baby, was the junk science at the heart of Roberson's conviction. So we've got, I'm pretty sure, sometimes I get my names mixed up. They become blurry. The Texas Court of Appeals is arbitrarily barring access to present new evidence of innocence. So in Texas death penalty cases, the only entity with any authority to grant habeas relief is the Texas Court of Appeals. Moreover, with requests for habeas relief based on new evidence unearthed or changes in law made after a death sentence prisoner's mandatory appeals have been exhausted, only the Texas Court of Appeals can authorize moving from the pleading stage to further factual development in the trial court in hopes of eventually prevailing on the merits of any claim. So this is from the junk science law wording, requiring convicting court to forward any subsequent habeas applications filed on behalf of death sentence prisoner to the Texas Court of Appeals for the threshold determination. So yeah, I think, are we going to argue that they didn't even make a threshold determination? They just kind of said, no, we're not going to consider it. If the Texas Code of Criminal Appeals remands a claim in a subsequent habeas application, the habeas judge in the trial court is Johnny on the spot with respect to fact-finding. But that court's ultimate recommendation is merely advisory. Only the Court of Appeals can grant relief and considers itself the ultimate fact-finder in habeas corpus proceedings. Even where, at the trial court level, the applicant, the state, and the habeas judge all agree that habeas relief in the form of a new trial is warranted, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals can reject the post-conviction fact-finding and or a trial court's recommendation. So, let's see. Here in this case, we've got Court of Appeals denying habeas relief, although all below agreed that convictions hinged on false and misleading DNA test results and other flawed forensic science. Dang. So the trial judge, trial counsel, trial prosecutors all said, oh, we think that there should be relief, and the Texas Court of Appeals is like, nope. Nope. Alright, and you guys are saying yes to Roberson was shaken baby. That's what I thought, but I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, it's sad, but there's so many cases that we've been talking about. That it's just like, it would be nice. It would be nice if there wasn't a reason to get some of the details crossed. It sucks that there's so many cases where there's issues like this. So thank you. Thank you for the backup chat. We've got, let's see, Texas Court of Appeals denying relief in non-death penalty shaken baby case. Where is this? Another Roberson? Okay, this is Rourke. Where state's counsel and trial court had agreed that applicants should be granted a new trial under the junk science law in light of the Texas Court of Appeals' recent decision in Ex parte Rourke. This looks like Horvath was this case. So even when, like, everybody from the trial is encouraging this avenue's still not being used. These are great examples to make the case that this state pathway is illusory. Hey, Jerome Street. Good to see ya. Hope you're doing well. We've got, the junk science law was intended to provide a vehicle for prisoners like Flores to obtain judicial review of their credible innocence claims, and although it expressly reduced the burden of proof necessary to prevail on the merits, the Texas Court of Appeals has denied relief to Flores, like every other death sentence litigant who has invoked the junk science law over the past 13 years. Moreover, he's been barred from even presenting the evidence of his innocence to a court. In 2024, and again in 2025, Texas came perilously close to executing an individual whose robust innocence claims under the junk science law had been repeatedly barred by the Texas Court of Appeals without consideration of the merits, even where a member of this court and many others had recognized that considerable evidence had been amassed to show he was likely innocent and that discredited science had been used to convict him. So this is the Roberson case. This is the shaken baby. And Sotomayor says, this is from her statement on the denial of cert. Summarizing the case and observing, few cases more urgently call for such a remedy than one where the accused has made a serious showing of actual innocence, as Roberson has here. Several other Texas death sentence habeas applicants have recently presented issues to this court involving arbitrary barriers imposed on efforts to prove innocence. We have Reed v. Gortz, which asked this court whether a state law enabling prisoners to access DNA testing to prove their innocence is a right that has been rendered illusory by the Court of Appeals construction of that law. Oh, man. So is there another law that's illusory? We got Wood v. Patton asking this court to assess whether the Texas Court of Appeals 15-year, 23-case unbroken string of denying DNA testing appeals creates a plausible claim that the state-created right is illusory in practice. We got Escobar v. Texas asking this court, after it had previously vacated the Texas Court of Appeals judgment denying habeas relief, whether the Texas Court of Appeals, on remand, had erred in holding there was no due process violation despite the prosecution's use of admittedly false, misleading, and unreliable DNA evidence to secure a capital conviction. Flores' case is the latest example in a disturbing pattern demonstrating that the Texas Court of Appeals is violating death sentence prisoners' due process rights by denying them any meaningful opportunity to prove their innocence as state law allows. And there's a bigger fundamental problem here. If this has been going on, I mean, this says 15 years, right? So if you want to color outside the lines as a prosecutor during this time period, where you know the Texas Court of Appeals isn't giving capital sentenced offenders any of these avenues, are you going to feel deterred? If you were inclined to not do your job in the most ethical manner, are you going to feel deterred that, hey, I should avoid that because I don't want to be overturned on appeal, when you know that this is what's standing between the conviction by the jury and the ultimate finality? It's not a deterrent. If you know that this is what the Texas Court of Appeals as a pattern is doing, there's no deterrent for a prosecutor who might be wanting to color outside the lines to think twice about it. Yeah, Adventure Aaron is, mind you, the Texas Court of Appeals overturned the conviction of Andrew Rourke, a man convicted based on shaken baby syndrome testimony and not sentenced to death literally 8 days before Roberson's execution date, and repeatedly refused to even hear new evidence for Roberson. The legislature had to step in and stop the execution. Yep. And didn't they do it in like a roundabout? I think that's really where I started paying attention, and the details are lost on me, but they did it in like a Hail Mary type of way to force them to. How did they do it? I gotta run that back. But they did it in like a Hail Mary way to force like a reaction to it, which would space the time out and buy time for them to figure out another remedy. And it was like, oh, bless them for doing that. So Mafka's just like, I have no ethics at my work, but I also don't work in law. Well, good to know. Good to know. You would be the type of person that would be in a firm like whistleblowing for something like this, something with serious repercussions, not just like, oh, someone's on their phone at work, let me go snitch. Oh, man. Okay, they might get in. Oh, all right, let's keep going. All right, so Flores' case is the latest example in a disturbing pattern demonstrating that the Texas Court of Appeals is violating death sentence prisoners' due process rights by denying them any meaningful opportunity to prove their innocence as state law allows. So C, the Texas legislature has recognized that the Texas Court of Appeals is not applying the junk science law as intended. On October 16th, 2024, the Texas House Committee on Criminal Jurisprudence held a 7-hour hearing titled Criminal Procedure Related to Capital Punishment and New Science Writs under Article 11.073 Code of Criminal Procedure. The hearing was prompted by concern that, despite the legislator's intent, the junk science law had not been providing a pathway for relief, particularly in death penalty cases. The House Committee heard testimony that, to date, no death sentence prisoner has yet been granted relief based on the junk science law, although this first-in-the-nation statute was enacted over a decade ago, inspired by failures to grant relief in a death penalty case. So we got a footnote here that the Texas Court of Appeals has made threshold findings in that a junk science claim could be remanded to the trial court for further development, which it did in Flores' case in 2016. But neither Flores nor any death row applicant has ever been granted relief upon returning to the Court of Appeals. Moreover, the Court of Appeals has refused to even authorize a junk science claim for fact development after an applicant presented more evidence of yet more changes in the relevant science. The only exception is that the Court of Appeals recently reconsidered the denial of a third attempt to rely on the junk science law in the case of Robert Roberson. But that fractured decision, that's a way to put it, but that fractured decision illustrates that a bare majority was willing only to remand a claim to address inconsistency in its own recent Article 11.073 opinions involving the exact same changed science. And they say here, producing a total of 7 decisions, the Texas Court of Appeals did not authorize further factual development of Roberson's actual innocence claim. So several hearings followed. So, highlighting issues with the accuracy and reliability of the process that has led to death sentence applicants being repeatedly denied habeas relief. Thereafter, the House committee issued a report describing its investigation and findings. The report identified multiple concerns supporting the bipartisan committee's strong belief that Article 11.073 is not being applied as intended in cases like this one. So bullet points here, we have concerns about proposed findings drafted by counsel for the state that do not fairly and accurately represent the post-conviction evidence being adopted almost verbatim by habeas courts and thus calculated to deny relief, not to truthfully reflect the habeas record. Footnote here, in this case, the habeas court's findings that were identical to the proposal. So remember, we're reading these bullets about general issues, and we're getting this footnote to specify, well, in this case, it was literally verbatim. So here, the habeas court signed findings that were identical to the proposal drafted by state's counsel, omitting much of the evidence Flores had adduced, including all of the testimony of his eyewitness memory expert, Dr. Margaret Covera, deeming it irrelevant in a proceeding entirely about the science of eyewitness memory. Oh my god, this is like saying the lemon pound cake video is irrelevant to defamation claims and defenses against the defamation claim about an officer in the lemon pound cake video being called lemon pound cake. So they deem it irrelevant in a proceeding entirely about the science of eyewitness memory. Fun times. All right, next bullet point, we have concerns that standards are not being applied the same in death penalty versus non-death penalty cases involving very similar fact patterns. All right, so this is what Adventure Aaron was talking about. We've got 14. Flores' case hinges on the junk science of hypnosis and new scientific consensus regarding when eyewitness identification is and is not reliable. But this case also involves layers of official misconduct similar to those found in other Dallas County cases tried in the same era. So, that's Ex parte Spencer, involving suspect eyewitness identifications. Spencer has been granted relief based on the Texas Court of Appeals conclusion that he was improperly convicted based on false testimony and Brady violations. Yet, Flores' claim based on similar misconduct, supported by substantial evidence, have never even been considered. So again, the distinguishing, Spencer, non-death penalty case, they're willing to reconsider there. They want, hey, we'll do a threshold analysis, we'll make a finding here. But you throw in the death penalty being on the table for these convictions, and it's just straight denials across the board. Next bullet is concerns about giving too much deference to determinations made by juries that were misinformed, such that, quote, a courtroom lie can become an unchallengeable truth, even when the jury plainly didn't get the whole story. That's poetic. So the footnote says Flores' jury never heard how Mrs. Barganier initially described the perpetrator who looked nothing like Flores. The jury only heard her claim, 13 months after the fact, after being hypnotized by a police officer, that she was certain Flores was the person she'd seen. And this right here, forget everything else. New trial. New trial. And, honestly, I feel like that's, kind of sufficiency of the evidence territory being insufficient. No reasonable jury had they, Anyway, next bullet. It says, concerns about over-reliance on procedural bars to dismiss claims about considering the merits based on the notion that the claim could have been raised earlier than it was, when the legislature's express intent with Article 11.73 was to elevate truth above finality. Yeah, so I think this is why we spelled out earlier, we had some attempts by like pro se filings by Flores, but he didn't even have certain things disclosed to him. The state's filing replies, but he's not even being received the replies to respond to them. So this idea of a procedural bar, well, you could have and should have raised that when XYZ happened or earlier in time. Is that really fair to expect? Some guy with cancer. Thank you for the super. I'm reading the first name here and I'm like, oh no. Adrian Love is about to move to Texas. They subpoenaed him to testify from the Texas legislature to stay the execution. Is this really for real about Adrian Love, or is this a joke? Do we need to warn Texas attorneys? Oh man. But yes, thank you for the context on Roberson. That was the move. Subpoena him to testify. We need him to testify. We need him to be available as a witness. So you gotta stay the execution because we have this interest of subpoenaing him. He needs to be available. That's a brilliant move. That's a very prosecutorial move, just applied in a different way. So thank you for that tidbit. Thank you for the super chat. Oh, don't catch me off guard by the Adrian Love thing with Texas. I was like, do I need to warn Kayla? Oh, man. And Barbara, good to see you in the building. Barbara said that Penn and Teller got the attention. It got much crazier. In the middle of this video, there's going to be, you can watch a hypnosis session where a parole officer hypnotizes a witness to a crime, and suddenly she completely changed, even in the beginning of her hypnosis, she gives a witness description that doesn't match the person they're trying to pin it on. But after more hypnosis, she changes and she's like, oh my God, did I help? And suddenly identifies a guy that looks totally different. So it's been a very interesting stream that accidentally went a long time. So, I hope you have a safe flight. I think you'll enjoy this one. Lots of legal writing, but a lot of ridiculousness. So I don't know if you've heard about it yet, but this is the case of Charles Don Flores. So we're over in Texas. It's been a rabbit hole. And fly safely. Hope you're doing well. So some guy with cancer says, Texas is my home state. I would never go home again if she moved there. Let's see. Mavka says, how many members of a congressional body are needed to subpoena? 1? If so, that's based. Yeah, I don't know. It would probably be good to know. And it'd be interesting to see if people make this sort of move for a death penalty. If you guys are going to play games and not really allow us to use these pathways, well, let's just... What did that blog post say? Be creative. Add some flair. Be creative and add some flair with how you go about trying to stay somebody's execution. Apply their own recommendations and use it in your favor. All right, so we've got all of these concerns identified by Texas lawmakers responsible for Article 11.073's passage are evident in Flores' efforts to exercise his right to prove his innocence before it is too late. More than a decade ago, the Texas legislature enacted Article 11.073, the junk science law, allowing challenges to convictions based on since disproven or incomplete science. That law passed with unanimous support of the Texas House because of the recognition that innocent people had been wrongfully convicted based on scientific evidence that later turned out to be wrong. The lawmakers' recent report reflects plain dismay, not a little dismay, just straight up dismay, that their law has not been applied as intended and has not been a pathway to relief or even a new trial. All right, so we've got D. I'm going to take a sip of water. We're going to get through all the soda. What we got? 5 more pages. 5 more pages, we got this. And it's not a mental thing, it's a voice thing. I gotta keep my voice together. The Texas Court of... I'm gonna need my voice this week, so I'll share more details as I know more. But Mel from I'm Not a Lawyer, but she is applying for media access, and she's paying for a camera person, if it's allowed, to go for this Afroman trial. And I don't want to say more until we see that application approved, but just to put it on your radar, if that's available, that means we'd be able to watch the full trial. She's getting the quirks of if a live broadcast is possible, or if it have to be recorded footage, it's uploaded later. And she's also getting the details on if she needs to buy extra equipment to make the live broadcast possible. But when that comes around, obviously keep in mind that I need my voice to yell at the Afroman trial this week. I gotta save it a little bit. But I do want to, I'll be pinning Mel's channel, her Cash App, while we do that to help her recoup the cost of investment to pay a camera person to be there for each of the days and any equipment costs once she's gotten like a ballpark number. I definitely want to help support her efforts to do that anyway. I was looking at the docket and saw nobody had applied for a media application, and I was like, oh my god, it's only a 15-hour drive. I could go in person and I'll just like report with notes. And then I saw she was on the docket, and she's like, oh my god, I was going to write to you, but I'm nervous I'm going to mess this camera thing up. So it's not a full unlock that the application will be granted. But please keep that in mind if you're like, oh, I want to do something charitable this week. I think it'd be awesome to make sure we can support somebody who's getting cameras in the courtroom of this trial where police officers are suing a private citizen through civil litigation for defamation because of that private citizen's commentary using surveillance footage that from cameras he owns of their actions while working as law enforcement in his own home. So I think that's a great thing to be aware. Hopefully that works out. And just so you guys know that that's on the table. And I can't wait for that trial. I can't wait. It's going to be a hot mess. So jury selection is supposed to start on Monday, and trial, there's 4 days set aside for trial from Tuesday through Friday. So the 17th through whatever, I don't know, the 20th. So basically this week. So, but yeah. So we've got, let's see. The Court of Appeals arbitrary gatekeeping violated Flores' right to due process. The Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution entitles those with liberty interests, like those embodied in Articles 11.071 5A and 11.073, a right to reasonable procedures to access those liberty interests. But Flores' multiple attempts to rely on Articles 71 5A and 73 to have an opportunity to prove his innocence have encountered gratuitous obstruction. The failure to apply the law as written, imposing a heightened burden contrary to the statute's plain language and to legislative intent, and the complete absence of explanation for a dismissal belied by the face of the filing the Texas Court of Appeals dismissed, are circumstances that amount to a due process deprivation. The right to a due process in proceedings seeking to exercise a state-created liberty interest has been recognized by many courts, including this one. So, it's not outside the realm of SCOTUS. So we've got Osborne, we've got Holmes v. South Carolina, we've got Red v. Guerrero. Recognizing state laws governing post-conviction relief can give rise to a liberty interest protected by federal due process. Howard v. City of Durham, holding North Carolina law, created a liberty interest for plaintiffs to demonstrate innocence during post-conviction proceedings, which is entitled protection under Due Process Clause. So again, it's this, hey, there's other things here where state and federal, you've had some oversight, even though it seems like it's a state decision. And then we've got allowing plaintiff's suit to proceed in part because actions by a state actor amounted to a deprivation of plaintiff's liberty without due process of law. You got Morrison v. Peterson holding in a Section 1983 challenge to California's post-conviction DNA procedures that the prisoner had a state law liberty interest in demonstrating his innocence with new evidence because California law provides a right to be released from custody pursuant to a writ of habeas corpus when there is no legal cause for imprisonment. And then we've got Newton v. City of New York, finding government actor prevented the appellant from vindicating his liberty interest in violation of his 14th Amendment right to due process. So there we go. I think that part's interesting because I was like, what is the environment? What is it like? What is the air like? The context like for, hey, the state isn't doing this, SCOTUS, please help us. Like, by enacting Articles 11.71, 5A, and the Junk Science Law, Texas recognized the importance of affording death sentence prisoners meaningful review of new claims after initial appeals have failed. But the Texas Court of Appeals is consistently disregarding that goal. So Stutson v. United States, recognizing that judicial efficiency and finality must give way to a certain solicitude for the rights of criminal defendants. Despite amassing far more evidence than necessary to plead this junk science law change science claim, based on the new consensus in the field of eyewitness memory assessment, Flores' substantial claims of official misconduct and actual innocence were dismissed in an arbitrary, rudderless process, barring him from being heard. So this case presents an excellent vehicle for addressing a narrow but distinctly serious constitutional infirmity. This case is an excellent vehicle for clarifying the critical role of the federal right to due process that the federal right to due process plays in a case where substantial evidence of innocence has been amassed, yet state procedural rules have been arbitrarily, even inexplicably interpreted to prevent merits review, creating the intolerable risk of continuing to execute the innocent, contrary to the legislative intent reflected in state-created vehicles meant to mitigate against the prospect. So, footnote here says considerable evidence shows that Texas has already executed numerous innocent people, including Carlos De Luna, Ruben Cantu, David Spence, Claude Jones, Cameron Todd Willingham, Gary Graham, Lester Bauer, Richard Masterson, Larry Swearingen. I think that was kind of recent, right? And Ivan Cantu. And this is coming from deathpenaltyinformation.org. And then they've got Juan Lozano, Texas black man executed nearly 70 years after execution in case marked by racial bias. Available, and this is a Yahoo News article. So again, this is in the description if you want to go and look at any of these linked references. So we've got this case. Before we do that, Adventure Aaron says, okay, since they didn't go over the actual Roberson procedure, the committee subpoenaed Roberson, which convinced the trial court judge to stay. Texas Court of Appeals immediately reversed that stay, but then the Supreme Court of Texas, SCOTUS, I read that as SCOTUS, reissued the stay while they determined whether the legislative subpoena power could stall an execution. So, there we go. Okay, and Swearingen was 2019. Listen, I have COVID brain. You know, COVID years, 2020, 2023, those years didn't exist. 3 years missing. So, oh man. Crazy. Yep. And yeah, same thing. I thought this would be a funny episode. Well, the Penn and Teller stuff had some nice quips. You get to say flim flam a lot. So, and we've got to add that to our lexicon, you guys. We've got to start using that when we watch trials. I want to see the chat and go, what is this flim flam? So, we've got E. This case presents an excellent vehicle. Oh, wait, we did this. We're here. Any objective analysis of the evidence Flores has amassed over the course of his habeas proceedings eviscerates. Any objective analysis eviscerates the state's entire case against him. I mean, there's your... I feel like they were like, I can't wait to write this one line. Like, the anger is seeping off the pen. So there we go. He's not only undermined confidence in the conviction, he's presented persuasive evidence grounded in contemporary science that is affirmative support for an innocence finding, building on the post-conviction record, establishing the complete unreliability of testimony from a hypnotized witness, a record that was entirely ignored. We've got a footnote. To survey this evidence is beyond the scope of petition for cert. But if the court requests the record, the scope and quality of the evidence supporting the application that the Texas Court of Appeals found procedurally barred will show that the requisite threshold analysis could not have been undertaken in good faith. I'm not an attorney, but I feel like this is justifiable. This is one of those things that you've got to earn through your argument the right to say. And as a layperson, based on everything that's in this filing, I think this very pointed comment that the Texas Court of Appeals decision could not have been undertaken in good faith, I'll stand behind it. I agree. Let's see. They're putting in the spice here in these final pages. Flores' own case inspired a legislative ban on admitting the exact type of testimony that was used to secure his wrongful conviction. Yet, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals has refused to allow him to use the new scientific consensus and other evidence to prove his innocence. Whatever review the Texas Court of Appeals conducted in Flores' first junk science law proceeding involved complete deference to trial court findings that were drafted entirely by state's counsel. This court has criticized the practice of courts adopting a party's proposed findings wholesale as raising due process concerns. Yeah, so this right here, I feel like this right here, if this is SCOTUS has an issue with this, maybe this alone. The notion that this finding was verbatim what the state had prepared, and then that was then adopted at a second buffer layer by the Court of Appeals. Like, there is no process. So how could there be due process? Like, who knows? I'm going to be following this now, of course, you guys. So the state had filed asking for an extension until April to respond. So they wanted a 32 extension of day extension to April 13th. So that'll be right around the time Clenny, like the 10-day sounding hearing is like the 16th or 17th. So we'll check this. We'll see if the state has filed their reply, their opposition. It'll be fun. It'll be a fun week. All right, so we've got this court has criticized that practice. We've got Anderson v. Bessemer City and Jefferson v. Upton suggesting rubber stamping might violate a habeas petitioner's right to an adequate fact-finding procedure if a judge adopts findings that contain internal evidence suggesting the judge may not have read them. We've got Concrete Pipe and Products of California, Inc. v. Construction Laborers Pension Trust for Southern California. Oh, that's a mouthful. Due process requires a neutral and detached judge in the first instance, and rubber stamping violates due process by delegating adjudicative functions to an interested party. And that's quoting Ward v. Village of Monroeville with a footnote that says the lower courts are split with respect to their treatment of rubber stamping. So the 11th Circuit and Mississippi broadly defer to rubber stamp findings. Let's see. Other courts scrutinize it. Of course, this is coming out of this specific case. They say 11th Circuit and Mississippi. Other courts scrutinize rubber stamping closely and vacate findings lacking indicia that the trial court exercise independent judgment. And then we've got C. In re Community Bank of Northern Virginia, Ramey Construction, Apache Tribe of Mescalero Reservation, and Cheveria Fleetwood Retail Corp. I think this keeps going. Does this keep going? Yeah, all right. So we got more. Clifford v. Klein. But this court has been clear that rubber stamping is especially problematic in habeas cases when a prisoner's liberty or life is at stake. And they say C. Hamdi v. Rumsfeld and Woodson v. North Carolina. All right, so we've got... But here, the wholesale adoption of one party's adversarial findings now embodies an absurdity. The findings depend on a characterization of Texas law that has been nullified by legislative change inspired by this very case. This person's cooking. This person is really throwing it down. Oh, man. The state's response is going to be like, but the jury. So we've got the findings, which the Texas Court of Appeals adopted without amendment, include a lengthy section labeled Admissibility of Hypnotically Refreshed Testimony in Texas, discussing Zanny, a case decided soon after Rock v. Arkansas, which had brought the then novel practice of investigative hypnosis to this court. Rock held that, although hypnotically refreshed testimony was controversial, the dangers associated with it could be reduced by procedural safeguards that the Supreme Court left to the states to adopt. In Zanny, the Texas Court of Appeals adopted so-called procedural safeguards that were to be assessed when the state sought to put a witness on the stand who had been subjected to investigative hypnosis. Zanny followed a New Jersey case that a decade before Flores' first junk science law proceeding had been explicitly overruled by New Jersey's highest court based on the evolution of scientific understanding attested to by Dr. Lin, which now recognizes the inherent unreliability of hypnotically refreshed memory and the inefficacy of any guidelines to control the adverse impacts of hypnosis. Now we've got State v. Moore overruling State v. Heard, with a footnote. State's counsel objected when Flores' counsel attempted to apprise the habeas court of Moore and to give the court a copy of this highly relevant case that reversed Heard and, in the process, entirely gutted the basis for Zanny. Both the habeas court and the Texas Court of Appeals then disregarded Moore. So the state objected to someone even being able to argue a specific case? Like, objection, Your Honor, don't let them bring that case in. Not like, objection, the time has passed for them to raise a new argument. And the courts were like, okay, sure, state, whatever you want. So in sum, this Moore case that the state objected to, that if they're objecting to it, they're already familiar, they must be familiar with the implications, the holdings. So they object. Moore responded to the fact that scientific understanding of the phenomenon and of the means to control the effects of hypnosis was no longer in its infancy. A substantial body of scientific literature, developed since Rock, Heard, and Zanny, gave rise to the current consensus that hypnosis is not conducive to producing accurate recall under any circumstances. Objection, trying to appeal case law again. Oh my goodness. But the Texas Court of Appeals refused to apply that new scientific consensus in Flores' case, based seemingly on the indefensible notion that he, an indigent, should have anticipated in the middle of trial that the laboratory studies of Dr. Lin, who had yet to ever testify in any case, would one day affect this sea change. So these last 3 pages have just been straight cooking by this attorney. More recently, Flores returned to the Texas Court of Appeals, presented inter alia evidence of new consensus in the field of eyewitness memory more broadly, which yields affirmative evidence, not just a flawed identification process, but highly probative of his innocence. The researcher whose work precipitated this paradigm shift, Dr. John Wickstead, has explained the new consensus and applied it to the facts of this case. He attests that the scientifically relevant eyewitness identification evidence in this case points strongly in the direction of Flores' innocence. Notably, the Texas Court of Appeals did not claim to have reviewed or considered the merits of any of the new claims or new evidence Flores submitted in 2021 and then in 2025 to support the second and third applications. Those applications were simply dismissed without explanation. Yet, the Texas Court of Appeals dismissal cannot be squared with the facts, none of which are mentioned, or the state law cited. And again, this none of which are mentioned is important because there's no indication they actually tried to do a good faith review of the record. The primary proof of arbitrariness is the complete absence of analysis in such a serious context. We've got Florida v. Powell. Is that our first Florida mention in this? We're here. We're present. From 2010, holding important that ambiguous or obscure adjudications by the state courts do not stand as barriers to a determination by this court of the validity under the federal constitution of the state action. We've got Studson, holding that a state court's vague ruling can threaten a criminal defendant's liberty and due process interests. So that's a SCOTUS case. By depriving Flores of any substantive hook, he is also denied a chance to bring arguments to this court regarding the merits of his federal law claims. As a practical matter, petitions to this court of boilerplate Texas Court of Criminal Appeals decision must appear less deserving of cert relative to other petitions where a court below expressly decided an important question of federal law. thereby compounding the due process violation. So they're citing here the Supreme Court Rule 10bc from Glossip. I think that's... I'm going to go rewatch that opinion, those oral arguments and Glossip after this, which recognized from state court's opinion that it relied on state procedural rules, whose application necessarily hinge on a preliminary assessment of the merits of federal claims, granting cert, and vacating conviction obtained by false testimony and suppressed impeachment evidence. The merits of Flores' changed science, official misconduct, and actual innocence claims have never received fair consideration, despite state law expressly enacted to solve this kind of problem his case epitomizes. And some of the law was based on his case. The court should grant the petition to clarify how the unreasonable deprivation of a state-created liberty interest can violate the federal right to due process, particularly when the case involves a credible claim of innocence and a death sentence. This case is an ideal vehicle for this court to clarify that, where a state has created a right to prove innocence and avoid a constitutionally intolerable event of executing the innocent. The credibly innocent habeas applicant is entitled to basic due process in the threshold determination of whether the applicant can get back into court to shoulder the full burden of proving his innocence. And that's the Herrera case. So, conclusion, for the foregoing reasons, the petition for writ of certiorari should be granted. And this is, let's see, we've got Gretchen Sims Sween from Austin, Texas. She's counsel of record for the petitioner. So I thought this was a great read. I feel like I learned a lot. As a layperson, I feel like a lot of it was succinctly spelled out. And I think the right points were spicy. I don't think the whole thing was just spicy for the sake of it. So there we go, you guys. Again, next on the chopping block, we can get together. If not tomorrow, we could condense. We could read some of these briefs when the state files their response. We could look at some of these. Yeah, either way, we'll keep going. We'll keep following this case. Like, I mean, I'm pissed off that it's still even, it even has to go to this level, but what else is new? Every day we seem to find another case where we're like, why is this case even happening? So I'm going to change the channel name to Why Are We Here? So with that being said, I think that's a wrap for me today, you guys. This was 4 hours. 4 hours. Pretty excited that we got to see all those details. Sometimes, we read a little bit of a filing. It's like, what else is the context out there? And we got to look at some cool stuff today. So I hope everyone has a great Saturday. I will share anything that I can share or that Mel would like me to share when she gets any type of news about what's going on her end. Maybe it'll be something as simple as pinning her Cash App while we look at the Afro Man case to make sure we can support transparency and support our friend Mel. She's a great creator. Let me drop her link before we leave. And not only is she a great creator, but she's memorialized as a listed exhibit in one of the state's filings in the YSL trial. So that's an amazing resume item. Let's see. She also told us that we don't need to abbreviate I am not a lawyer as I anal. We could just do INAL. So I think that was a very, very important contribution to the internet world. All right, so here is her channel. And if you missed it, a few weeks ago, maybe like 2 weeks ago now, she had Lisa Figueroa on. They did an interview discussing the Edric Foss case. That was really interesting. So if you missed that one, that's a good one to go check out on her channel. That's recent. And I'll put her in the Creator Friends playlist as well. We have a cosign here from Mavka saying Mel rules. She really does. She's awesome. She's awesome. Barbara says, every day another injustice. Thank you, Kat. Thank you it's good to see you. Thank you, EJF, for stopping in. Good to see you guys. Hey, Shean Pickle, making me want pickles. Moses needs a cigar. And Moses is sending like case after case. I'm sorry, I got to get caught up on some things. Honestly, keeping track of the Fat Joe and Tyrone Blackburn stuff is like a time suck. Like, because anytime the judge does something that isn't like fully in Tyrone Blackburn's favor, even though I think she's like giving him a lot of grace, another letter appears on the docket, and here's 10 affidavits from Tyrone Blackburn saying this is why things should be this way. Please redo. Please hit the reset button. And it's just it's a lot of it feels in a way like the way a pro se docket looks. That's kind of the same chaotic feeling I feel like I have trying to keep up with what's going on in the Fat Joe case. So when I get some clearing, maybe after the Courtney Clenny trial, a lot more cases that you guys sent me we can dive into. Yeah. So there we go. There we go. That's the way to say it. That's the way to say it, YP. Yeah, well, but the but doesn't always need to be used in conversation. It's replacing the... All right, we're going to end it there. Love the acronyms. You guys all have a great one. Maybe see you tomorrow. You guys know how it goes. No promises. Bye!